They're the results now popping up on the screen. Symphony Alexander across that line first. Now, while we set up blocks for our next heat, over in that shot put, a new leader, Lake Central senior, Emma Reyes, 40 feet, 1.5 inches, 12:23. She leads by almost 3.5 feet. Reyes, Lake Central, she leads the girls' shot put. A senior from New Albany. They're in lane 2, Ayanna Starks. Elnora Stevenson of Whiteland, she's in lane 3. For North Central, that's Gabrielle Moore. For Avon, Journey Riley. For North Central, she was 5th in the 200 meters outdoors, Emerson Williams. And on the outside, for Lawrence North, Lanaya Collins. All seniors setting their blocks. Time matters. Let's take a look. So I've written these down on an envelope, and I'll see what I can figure out here, friends. Our qualifiers, Nadia Ford, no doubt about it, the defending champion, Carol of Fort Wayne, she'll race later on. Nife Ogonyele, the Brownsburg sophomore, 7.59. Yep, you'll race later. Dejanay Lane, Evansville North, you're going to be in the finals. Gabrielle Moore, North Central, you went 7.68, you're going to race later. A 7.73, Ayanna Starks in New Albany makes the finals. A 7.75, Ainsley Minerding, Noblesville sophomore. You will race again. Now I'm looking up and down and look at these times. Journey Riley, Avon, you went 7.76. You're going to race later, and now it gets scary. And I'm going to let the timing company let me know. Ford, Ogonyele, Lane, Moore, Starks, Minerding, Riley, you made the finals. I got to let you know who that last qualifier is. Setting up for the boys 60. They watch the girls. Maybe they'll figure out what's up. And here we go, setting in the blocks. Steerley, Taylor, Sales, Walker, Jones. Out of Soji and Morris. Gun up. Time matters. Let's see what the times are. There it is, 6:83, Michael Walker, Hammond Morton, the sophomore. Then you got Kamir Jones of Warren Central. He goes 6:96. And there's the rest of the results. Nathan Vaughn of Chesterton, he's going to be in lane 2. Lake Central's Jacob White Hutzler. Then in lane 4, Lawrence Central's Evan Williams. Braden Jake, the junior for the Warriors of Warren Central. For Homestead, that's Vasco Bobek and Kingston Thompson of Brownsburg. Donnell Larson. There's the results on the board. That's Braden Jake, the Warriors. Nate Vaughn there. Let's see there. Evan Williams overall. My goodness, it's going faster, my. Then Braden Jake, 697. So Williams Jake, 1 and 2. Donnell Larson. Need to speak to you, please. Curtis Walker, Merrillville. He's in lane 2. Then you got Jackson Pearson of Brownsburg setting up blocks in 3. Danville's Colin Baumgardner, the senior in 4. Another senior in 5 for Plainfield. That's Blake Larison. For Chesterton, that's Cal Wisniewski. And then they're in lane 7 from North Central. That's Demetrius Averett. Time counts. Here we go. And that was close. Looked like that was Larison of Plainfield up there. We'll see. Your eyes are better than mine. And see, Colin Baumgartner across there, 6:89. Larison, same 100th of a second. And remember, you got to have a photo cell to tell those times apart. Westfield Jr. setting in lane 3. That's Mason McCray. For the Warriors of Warren Central, he's in lane number 3. Thomas Stokes Jr. Jaron Jones of Hammond Morton, the senior. He's in lane 4. For the Flashes of Franklin Central, saw him hurdle. Here he is sprinting. That's Rylan Hanji. For Ben Davis, the sophomore, Graham Adams, and just a first year at Cathedral in lane 7, Cameron Berry. And across that line first, that was Jaron Jones of Hammond Morton, 694. Well, that'll conclude then our prelims. Michael Walker, Morton, leads all qualifiers, 683. Evan Williams, he qualifies at a 684. Colin Baumgartner, you're going to race again. Blake Larison, Plainfield, you're in the finals. Jaron Jones of Morton, you just saw that. Kamir James in the finals. Braden Jake of Warren Central. And goodness, here's what I've got.
Good morning and welcome to the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion on the campus of the Indiana State Fairgrounds for the 2026 Athletic Annex Hoosier State Relays. First up, it is the large school meet, and then we'll have the small school meet to follow. I'm Rick Johnson, joined by the former track coach Pete Smith and the rest of our fantastic ISC Sports Network crew. And Pete, we've already had the prelims for the hurdles and the straight 60-meter dash, 60-meter hurdles, and they are already putting some fast fast times with a couple records already falling here in the prelims.
Well, good morning, Rick. And yes, this is such a fast track. It's a beautiful facility. We're very blessed in Indiana to have a world-class facility like this. And that being said, times are really flying, and we've got some tremendous athletes in both the girls and the boys meet this morning.
You look at last year in this large school state championship on the girls' side, Carmel going for their 4th straight championship, Bloomington North trying to win their 3rd in a row. And if you watch athletics on the ISC Sports Network, you're going to see a lot of the same faces you see during the fall and winter coming out here during the indoor track and field season for the Hoosier State Relays.
Absolutely. And just to make our viewers aware, they're determined by large schools and small schools. They use the IHSAA football classification. So you're going to see schools that compete in football in the 4A, 5A, and 6A classifications in our large state meet, while later this afternoon, when we've got some unbelievable small school athletes coming, they use the classifications of 1A, 2A, and 3A for the small schools.
Like we mentioned, we already have had the heats for the 60-meter hurdles in both the boys and girls and the 60-meter dash in the boys and girls. We'll give you those finalists right now. Defending champ Jada Harper, the New Albany sophomore, comes to the time of 8.46 in the 60-meter hurdle. She's your number 1 seed. She's followed by Jordan Fort, Gianna Thornton, Adrian Chavets, Mia Mathis, Andreana Osby, Emerson Chambers, and Sierra Smith. They're the fastest 8 qualifiers today. That was in the 60-meter hurdles.
And real quick, Rick, qualifiers consisted, how they got here consisted of the top 24 in all the track events, the long jump and the shot put, and the top 18 in the high jump and top 12 in the pole vault. So they qualified to get here that way.
It's now time to honor America with the singing of our national anthem for the Indianapolis Children's Choir and the colors presented by the Joint Honor Guard from IMPD and the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
Indianapolis Children's Choir under the direction of Camden Zeddy. And now our colors presented by the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police and Marion County Sheriff's Honor Guard under the direction of Sergeant Josh Fritchie. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem.
Stripes and bright stars through the perilous
The Indianapolis Children's Choir, world acclaimed. They have sung literally, my friends, all across our globe, in Europe and other places. One of the finest children's choir in America, and our joint honor guards, Marion County Sheriff's Department, Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department. We thank you so much.
So, Pete, the big story that comes out of our prelims earlier today was the superstar hurdler, second in the entire country from Franklin Central, Rylan Hangey. He broke the meet record in the prelims and the hurdles, checked up at the end, but then suffered what looked to be a lower body injury during his heat of the 60 meters straight in the 60-meter dash. So we'll have to wait and see if Hangey can come and compete in the hurdles. But he was one of the stars here of this large school meet coming into today.
He's world class when it comes to high school athletes and hurdlers, and I hated to see that. Yeah, I just caught the finish, and I thought, where's Rylan?
Mm-hmm.
And then you had said you'd seen the start where he pulled up a little bit. He blew through it. He broke the record in the trials and led up, as you mentioned. And we were really looking for a great trial race to see if he could break the record again. But unfortunately, we'll see how the injury is a little bit later. So don't turn this channel.
Lock us in all day. We've got you covered here for the large school meet. And then Kurt Darling and Brian Brazzi will take you through the small school meet for the evening session. Our first final on the docket coming up. It's the 3,200 meters meet record set in 2022 by Addison Knobloch of 10 minutes 11.92 seconds. Pendletonite Ava Jarrell won this last year in just a tick below 10 minutes and 29 seconds. As you see the competitors getting ready there, it'll be a double waterfall start with a two-turn stagger. And for those at home that are wondering, they're looking for a waterfall, they're not seeing it right now. Obviously, we're inside. Explain to the folks on that double waterfall start and what kind of goes into it.
Well, you see real quick here, you see some of them lining up. I'm a big fan of Annabelle Pollard there, the Carmel girl wearing number 3. Last year she was third place in the 3,200 meters at the IHSA Track and Field State Finals, the outdoors. She's been 22nd place in the cross-country state finals. I know she's had just a wonderful winter. So someone to watch in this race besides the one you've already mentioned.
Yeah, Pollard's finished second in this event here at the Hoosier State Relays a year ago. Finishing in third, should be wearing number 2. That's Columbia City's Keena Leach. Wearing number 1, Lake Central's Macy Thompson, the state runner-up. The junior from Lake Central, state runner-up in cross-country this year. Wearing number 4 is Addison Batista from Terre Haute North. Wearing number 5 is Lana Brueggemann from Lake Central. Jasmine Mortiglo is wearing number 6 from Bloomington South. Krista Sistema is from Kankakee Valley. She wears 7. Allison Friesen wears 8. She's the 8th fastest qualifier. Your 2 fastest qualifiers, by the way, Pollard, who wears number 3, and Batista, who wears number 6, the freshman from Terre Haute North.
It's better just to let our crowd watch the waterfall start rather than try to explain it, because it's one, I want to make sure you got everybody announced that should be in this race. It's going to be a great race. It's very difficult because of the length of the track compared to if you're a typical track fan using the outside view that you have. It's a lot of laps. There's a lot of laps. 16 to be exact.
See the second half of the waterfall starters back at the start-finish line. Other competitors, Haley Pardik from New Palestine, Dakota Moore from Northridge, Caitlin Manfra from Harrison out of West Lafayette, Margot Haley from Carmel, she wears number 12, Carla Rodriguez from Harrison, West Lafayette, Kaylin Murphy from Zionsville, Lila Van Hovland from Penn, Kelsey Remmel from North Central wears 12, and the rest of our competitors, Katie Green from Zionsville wears 17, Georgia Leiniger from Fort Wayne Snyder, a freshman, wears 18, Chloe Neal, 19 from Lake Central, she's a junior, Alora Bliss from Munster, the senior, wears number 20, Marin Wilson wears placard number 21 from Fort Wayne Northrop, Letty Banwert, Zionsville, sophomore, wears number 22. Maddie Cox, a senior from Carmel, wears 23. And Adira Sluter from Columbus North wears 24. And those are your 24 qualifiers for the women's 3,200-meter run and our first final of the day here from the Hoosier State Relays.
Quite amazing. It's standing room only already this morning. And I don't know where you're watching this from, but it's 9:54 a.m. and it's standing room only basically with these athletes. Of course, the trials are going on, and we've got some field events going on. Still watching some long jumping taking place from our viewpoint, and the high jump. You can get a little bit a viewpoint there. I'm waving in the left hand of the screen. That's where our location is today. And there's Eric Connect, one of our cameramen, grabbing a quick shot of us here. There we are. Good morning, everyone.
Hello.
Glad you're joining us.
Eric will be a man on the move all day. He and Eldon Wheeler will be making their way around, getting some video footage of our field events. Then we'll compile those into a highlight reel once all of those competitors have finished today. Also have the pole vault, the long jump, shot put, and the high jump all competing today. The high jump, though, has to wait for our running events to conclude. And here we go for the 3,200.
You'd like a clean start here. Sometimes you do have to restart it just because you've got to get everyone out and clean. No one's spiked, no one's cut off. We have officials watching that. A great team of officials. I went out early before the meet and got a chance to talk to a lot of them that I've done the PA for 25 years now. This will be my 25th year after getting out of track and field coaching, and we've got a great crew of officials today, and they know the rules and they enforce them, yet at the same time they're very great to the athletes.
Junior Macy Thompson at the point, followed by her teammate Lana Brueggemann. So 2 Lake Central athletes in 1 and 2 to begin with. Then you have Keena Leach, the junior from Columbia City, as we mentioned. 5th fastest qualifier in the event, but finished in the 3rd place spot here a year ago.
Usually in an indoor situation like this, Rick, usually about the 4th lap they start to spread out. You know, we're finishing our 2nd lap here of the race, but they'll spread them out a little bit. You can tell the ones that have qualified with the faster times start to stretch it out. But again, these are the top 24 that qualified for this, so you've got excellent quality in this race.
First lap from Thompson was a sub 35-second pace. And you can see Leach is taking over the lead right now here heading into lap number 2. Her 2nd lap, 35.30. First 2 laps at a minute, 12.59 seconds. Leach still at the point. Addison Batista, the freshman from Terre Haute North, making her way into 2nd as she makes a little bit of a charge. And now the runner-up from a year ago, Annabelle Pollard, the fastest qualifier, now starting to make her way to the top 3.
Speaking as an old coach, this is how it's progressed, Rick. I can remember watching like the great Rudy Chapa run this race one time when I was in high school. And now you'll see every competitor have a watch because they know what their laps are, what their splits are supposed to be, even in an indoor facility with this small of a track, even though it is a large one for an indoor facility. Back then, they didn't have that kind of technology. You didn't see athletes running with watches on, looking down. You just had to go on your own personal training of, do I feel like I'm getting this in a, what my split's going to be, a 60-second split or whatever, if it's a quarter mile. But now they've got the new technology where they can look at, I've had 2 girls run right past us and look at their watches saying, okay, they know what their splits are and they know when they're supposed to go and when they're not supposed to go in regards to picking up the pace and sprinting and getting settled into your race pace.
If you're the head coach of Terre Haute North, what are you trying to tell Addison Batista, who's in 2nd, a freshman, against the 2 young ladies that are the top 2 finishers returning from last year's event?
Have fun. Honestly, the younger you are, you want that, a runner like that. The North girl there, right there with Annabelle Pollard running side by side as a freshman. She's running some big races. I know that because it's amazing the track competition you have now for younger ladies and men that run. But have fun. I mean, you don't want someone that good that early to get burned out because they're always putting pressure. You've got 2 outstanding runners you're running with right now. Let's see what happens about lap 14, 15. That's when you maybe make your move, but stay with them right now. Great start, though.
Getting ready to get 10 to go here. Getting Leach at just a tick over a 3 minutes, 11-second pace. She's pretty much been in the lead since lap number 2. She was just the 5th fastest qualifier coming in. As you mentioned, finishing the 3rd place spot a year ago. Pollard, the runner-up, in 2nd place right here, and the freshman Batista stays locked into 3rd, and then the 2 runners, Thompson and Brueggemann from Lake Central, have slotted in 4th and 5th. That's been our top 5 for the last couple of laps. Like Pete mentioned, standing room only here as we start the first of first final event here of the day from the 2026 Athletic Annex Hoosier State Relays.
And you may have mentioned this in the opening, Rick, but it's an individual meet, don't get me wrong, but team scores are kept. Carmel has won this meet the last 3 years in the indoors for the boys. I'm sorry, for the girls, I mean, and you're coming back with Bloomington North has won this when it comes to the boys race the last 2 years, team score-wise.
Top 5, single file. No change to that top 5 of the last lap or so. Leach, Pollard, Batista, and then the tag team of Brueggemann and Thompson from Lake Central. Top 5 just trying to inch away just a little bit, with Brueggemann in 3rd, Thompson in 5th. There for the folks from Northwest Indiana. 5th place is where we find Dakota Moore of Northridge, trying to stay compact there with that top 5. And Allison Friesen, junior from Huntington North. That's kind of that lead pack that's starting to stretch out a little bit, 1 through 7.
Really clean race, though, so far. Haven't seen anyone cut anybody off yet. They're staying in their lanes. Obviously, you want to stay inside the track so you don't have to run as far distance-wise, and that's completely happening. If you can't tell, we've got a raised bar on that inside first lane, so that ensures almost that you're not going to step on a line like you can on an outdoor and get disqualified, because 3 consecutive steps on an inside line get you disqualified. So that helps judges a little bit, because no one wants to step on that big bar on the inside of lane 1.
Had an instance last year during one of our relays where someone got, in one of the boys' relays, someone got it cooking too high. They had to hop over the rail because they didn't want to trip and fall. A little bit of a separation here between Leach and Pollard, 1-2. Batista still slotted there in 3rd. Brueggemann and Thompson from Lake Central, 4-5. But now you're starting to see Leach stretch it out a little bit, and now she and Pollard starting to put a little distance between themselves and the rest of the competitors with 6 laps to go.
And the question is, will the leaders lap the last couple ladies running? That's the question, because you, visually as a runner, when you start to see that, it's like, okay, that's my goal. I want to catch that runner ahead of me, even though that would lap them and put them 1 lap behind them. So it does help you pick up the pace, in other words, what I'm saying.
The 2 juniors, Leach and Pollard, have left everybody else in their dust. It's become a 2-woman race here. Let's get ready to get 5 to go heading into the home stretch here. Leach, the 5th fastest qualifier, has been the leader since about lap 2. Pollard, the fastest qualifier in this event. These are the young ladies that finished 3rd and 2nd in this event on this track last year.
Pack of 5 then behind them, trying to move up a little bit, but they have definitely cleared away from the rest of the runners.
Batista in 3rd, Brueggemann 4th, Thompson 5th. As you see Brueggemann going to the outside, she was the 3rd fastest qualifier in this event, and she'll take 3rd place from Batista. See our top 2 there, again, Leach and Pollard.
Both juniors.
Yep.
Pretty impressive. Then you've got a freshman in 3rd. So I think the distance runners in the girls' state meet this year will be back and back as long as they can stay healthy.
4 to go here. Thompson from Lake Central has vaulted herself into 3rd from 5th. As Batista slipping back a little bit. She had been in 3rd, the freshman from Terre Haute North, now back in the 5th place position. As Pete mentioned, you see Leach and Pollard starting to catch some of the back markers here with the approach and get ready to hit 3 to go coming up.
And Leach's initial mile was 5:11.21 as she held the lead. That's a pretty good clip. Indoor, indoor is always a little bit different. Breathing of air is different, weather conditions, things like that.
And now Leach has kicked it into gear. She's stretching that lead over Pollard. Again, she'll be the 3rd Carmel runner in that group there as you look it on your screen. 2 more runners getting lapped, and then Pollard, the last one in that line there. She's wearing placard number 3, but Leach right there at the point. She gets ready to get 2 to go. She's heading her way through the last turn.
I was wondering for a second if the Carmel girls were going to move outside and let their teammate, Annabelle Pollard, pass them on the inside just to save a little bit of distance-wise, but they are not. But, boy, Kenya has really stretched this out now.
Leach is really starting to move. Continuing to add to that lead, finishing 3rd last year, but has been at the top spot since lap number 2. And she'll get the bell to go here with 1 lap to go. She heads down the backstretch.
Doesn't look like she's losing anything either when it comes to her pace. Her stride looks good.
And the runners in the back have not seemed to hurt her at all. She's actually been able to make her way through them pretty cleanly. So 1 to go here for Kenya Leach of Columbia City. Annabelle Pollard well back there in second place.
Well, she's going to get pushed, I think. Here comes Macy Thompson. The race may be for second between Thompson and Pollard.
You see him right there in the back. Thompson, the runner-up this year in the cross-country state meet. Junior from Lake Central trying to track down Pollard. And it'll be Leach winning the 3,200 meters and becoming the state champion after finishing third a year ago. Still has got plenty of pace. As Leach with an ear-to-ear grin takes the state championship. Pollard with a big kick late to hold off Macy Thompson. Those are second and third. But your top 3 finishers right there on your screen. Your state champ, Kenya Leach, finishing third last year as a sophomore. Top spot on the podium this year as a junior.
And Brueggemann, I think, held off Batista, and Friesen, Alice Friesen, for third place, or fourth place actually. Back-to-back Lake Central Indians in third and fourth. Alice Friesen finished 6th, and the freshman you mentioned earlier in the race, Addison Batista, unofficially finishes 6th. Dakota Moore looks like she grabbed 7th from Northridge. Sisma from Kankakee Valley runs for Coach Elaine Llewellyn in 7th place, only a junior. So of the names I just mentioned in the top 7, only 1 senior, that being the Raider from Northridge, Dakota Moore.
Our last couple finishers coming across the line here in the women's 3,200 meters. Again, the fastest 24 qualifiers in the state. And we'll get ready for the boys' 3,200 meters. We'll step aside really quick, come back with the boys' 3,200 meter final. You see your finalists there. Leach, the champion of the women's, or the girls' 3,200 meters. We're back with the boys' race next.
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
Minutes of commercial. Back just in the nick of time for the boys' 3,200 meters. Our finalists getting all of their instructions before we get ready to go here. Banner Barnes wears placard number 1, junior from Noblesville. Jackson Gackenheimer, senior from Warsaw, wears number 2. Denton Sluter, senior from Columbus North, wears 3. Brandon Haas, senior from Brownsburg, wears 4. Wearing 5, Liam Powers from Hamilton Southeastern. Justin Reckers wears 6. He's a junior from Columbus North. Lucas Bartlett, a junior from Carmel, wears placard number 7. Isaac Smith wearing number 8. He's a junior from Hamilton Southeastern. Eli Balbach is from Brownsburg. He wears number 9. You see the front batch of our qualifiers in our double waterfall start. Joseph Day wears 10 from Columbus North. Jonah Call from Carmel is a junior, wears 11. Brian Garcia from New Haven wears 12, and we're ready to go for the boys' 3,200 meters. So we are off and running here for the 3,200 meters. The record, in case you're wondering, is the longest running record in the history of an indoor event. That'd be Rudy Chapa from Hammond. 8 minutes, 52.84 seconds, set all the way back in 1974.
Okay, 74. I was going to guess 75 or 76, showing my age. I did not see him run that in the indoor, but I remember running cross country once up at the New Prairie Invitational against Rudy Chapa, and he was just an amazing runner. Then I saw him run, obviously, at the state meet. Brooks Banner has the lead early here. These guys will pack up a little bit longer than the girls in the 32. They just seem to hang together a little bit more. Saw a little bit of congestion there in that turn. Someone started to lose their balance, and you do not want to go down at the start of this meet because you're going to get spiked. I mean, it happens, it's unfortunate, but sometimes if you lose your balance or someone accidentally nudges you, so you really want a clean start, and so far it's been a clean start, but sometimes you do lose your balance and a foul occurs.
We had that issue in this event last year in the large school meet. We had to have 3 different starts because the guys were getting a little too physical. Kind of like what you're going to see later tonight over at Great Cambridge Trails. A little too much boxing out at the start of the 3,200 meters. They finally got it going after a couple different starts last year in 2025.
Well, my experiences in track and field, Rick, being a head coach at 3 different schools, these kids are just as competitive as any other sport. I mean, so if they can get an advantage by boxing you out, per se, long as it's legal, they will do it, and sometimes they do it when it's not legal. That's why we have track officials, to keep an eye on that.
A wave of Columbus North is making their way to the front. Sam Steinmetz, the 19th fastest qualifier, shoulder for shoulder as he steps his way into 3rd place.
Yeah, Jackson Gackenheimer from Warsaw, one of the schools I used to be the head track coach at, in the lead.
5th fastest qualifier, still packed up a lot like Pete mentioned. Denton Sluter from Columbus North currently there sitting in 2nd place with Banner Barnes in Noblesville in 3rd.
You know, the reason you compete, Rick, in something like this, you can go out and time yourself on a track by you and you. But when you get into the competitive juices of having someone trailing you or ahead of you, that gets your adrenaline going even more, you see better times. So I think we'll see some really good times here. And again, they're staying in a pretty nice pack. Only one runner really has lost the pack there at the end, the Carmel runner.
Gackenheimer still at the point. Again, with Barnes in 3rd and Sluter sliding in 2nd. But unlike what we saw in the girls' race where it was a pack of 3, a pack of 5, a pack of 7, you got a pack of about 10 or 11 all the way back heading down that back straightaway.
When you're in the lead like Jackson is, you have that tendency to turn over your shoulder just a little bit to see how close the 2nd place runner is behind you. I just saw him do that half a lap ago. Makes you as a coach kind of feel, I'm not sure he feels comfortable in the lead this long. Like, I didn't plan on having the lead right now. Am I going the pace I should be going for my 3,200 meter time, my goal is?
That's the other worry, right? If you get on the lead too much, you might set the pace too fast for yourself and not have enough to finish.
Spot on.
Liam Powers from Hamilton Southeastern has entered the chat as he works his way into 3rd. In case you're wondering, Lucas Mitchell was the young man we were talked about earlier, getting jostled around at the start of last year's 3,200 meters. A junior a year ago from Bloomington North, did not qualify for this year's event. Still Gackenheimer out front, with Sluter slotted there in 2nd. And again, Liam Powers, the senior from Hamilton Southeastern, 3rd fastest qualifier, right now in 3rd place. Barnes in 4th. And now Brian Garcia, senior from New Haven, in the white top and the headband on the left side of your screen, is starting to work his way towards the top 5.
Banner Barnes coming on the outside. I thought for a second he was going to overtake the Warsaw Tiger, Gackenheimer, but he did not.
Might be trying to make his way there, and he almost did. Is a little bit of a step there on Gackenheimer. Barnes' father, a member of the Noblesville Police Department, and his son in the 2nd place getting behind Denton Sluter. 2 seniors and a junior in your top 3. Here are the boys' 3,200-meter final.
Do you know Officer Barnes because you've been arrested by him, or what, Rick?
No, I just I was given the nugget. I handed it out. Officer Barnes and I have never met in an official capacity when he's working, or I'm just enjoying the fine streets of Noblesville.
You got to wonder about that when you.
That's well.
No,
I do have a track record, so you know me well, Pete.
no, I do know his father. He's a great man and a great officer of the law here in Hamilton County, and specifically in
Used to be your personal security man back in the day.
Back in the day.
His son was in second for a moment, now falling back a little bit.
Yeah, Gackenheimer wants the lead back.
Got to look at Zach Flint there, the senior from Carmel.
Powers second. Liam Powers has had an outstanding career at Hamilton Southeastern. This is his senior year, and I'm really glad to see him having a really sharp race here for the Royals.
Top 9 is broken away here. Gackenheimer continuing to set the pace. And then it goes Barnes and Powers. Stepping in, though, Lucas Bartlett, junior from Carmel. A lot of upperclassmen here in the top 9 of the boys' 3,200 meters with 5 laps to go.
Yeah, Wreckers from Columbus North also is in the hunt now.
You can see Bartlett there, 7 in the Carmel uniform, now into 4th, had been at about 5th or 6th or 7th for the majority of this race, but starting to make his way to the front. Keep your eyes on Denton Sluter. Remember, Sluter 3 in the placard for Columbus North, was top 3 for a while, fell back, but now making a charge here with 4 to go. Gackenheimer, Powers, 1-2. Bartlett has jumped into 3rd. As those top 9 have broken away from the other 15 competitors. And here goes Powers into the lead as they approach 3 to go, heading around the last turn. Gackenheimer has been the leader for the majority of this race, starting to fall back a little bit as Powers stretches it out. Sluter and now Barnes, who fell back to 5th, is now starting to charge his way forward. The senior Liam Powers, then Gackenheimer. Sluter starting to check up a little bit as Powers charges into 3rd place. Top 9 starting to stretch out just a little bit as that top 5 inching away a little bit with 2 to go.
Here we go. Love this part of it now. Now you decide when do you go and not. You train on usually an outdoor track, so indoor you've got to figure out what your pace is. There goes Gackenheimer down the backstretch to take the lead over Powers. Thought Bartlett was going to get in 2. Powers is trying to battle him, though.
Powers coming back a little bit here in the last turn as they'll hit the start-finish line with the bell lap about to come. The top 5 have separated here. It's Gackenheimer back to the point with Powers, but here comes Barnes all the way into 3rd and trying to get 2nd into the first turn.
Gackenheimer looks around to see how much room he's got in the lead.
Barnes has found the accelerator as Gackenheimer hustling down the back straightaway. Barnes trying to make his way to the front, passing him in the last turn, step for step with Gackenheimer.
And they've got a couple runners they have to get past. Here we come.
Powers has got the extra gas to the start-finish line, popping the jersey. Banner Barnes, your state champ in the boys' 3,200 meters.
What a super finish. Jackson Gackenheimer did all he could to hold him off, and as you see, Jackson's going to shake hands with Banner right there. What a race. What an outstanding race, and what a way to start this meet in the boys section. Love the sportsmanship there. Both guys gave it their all, and Banner Barnes just had a little better kick, though Gackenheimer tried his darndest to hold him off. Let's take a look here around the corner. They got to navigate. Both grimacing, particularly Jackson. And Banner proud to be a Noblesville Miller. Shows off that jersey. What a great race.
Gackenheimer was in the lead for the majority of that competition. And then it was hit that last lap. Barnes was in about 5th. Found himself in 2nd by the time they went through the first turn, and then just went right up and got that first place spot away from Gackenheimer. Still waiting for the final results to come in here. As our competitors.
So you see their times right there after 24. They're going to, once they shut the clock off, then they can, boom, put up the final times. But splits are really important for these kids. It's amazing how the training is.
Post-game prayer led there by second place finisher Jackson Gackenheimer. So they're still starting to work their way in here a little bit. Still missing the final 600 meters of our 3,200 meter final, but your champ, Banner Barnes, the junior from Noblesville, came in as the fourth fastest qualifier, and he is the boys 3,200 meter state champ. Jackson Gackenheimer finishes in second. Good effort there from Liam Power. You saw him on the screen there posing for a picture. Seen it from Hamlin Southeastern, ran a really nice race today as well.
Oh, it was a tremendous race. No one should be too down about that for that good of race at the end of March. Wait till we're going to have the state finals. First weekend in June down at the outdoors this year it's going to be at North Central, second year in a row. The IHSA hosting in North Central's beautiful new high school facility. Moved it from IU, used to be the host a number of years. Showing my age, I remember when I was at North Central in 1976 when I first went down to a state track meet.
Just a couple of years ago.
Just a couple of years ago.
We'll step aside and come back as we have the presentations of the awards for the boys 3,200 meters. Champion Banner Barnes, junior from Noblesville, the last push on that last lap, and then we'll get ready to turn up the velocity a little bit as we get ready for the 60-meter hurdles and the 60-meter dash finals. That's coming up next here on the ISC Sports Network.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high school track and field athletes, coaches, teachers, and all of the community schools throughout Indiana. Congratulations to all the champions that have paved their way through the local and regional qualifiers to become participants at this year's Indoor Hoosier State Relays. This athletic contest showcases the very best in Indiana high school track and field competition, sportsmanship, and excellence found in every community and school throughout our state. We're proud to be the
Today's coverage of the Athletic Annex Hoosier State Relays is presented by the All-Star Cross Country Camp. All-Star Cross Country Camp has been gathering middle and high school runners for over 40 years for a week of community building, running, and fun in preparation for the upcoming cross-country season. Middle school and high school students of all ability levels and experience are invited and welcome to join this summer, June 22nd through the 26th. Please find more or reach out at allstarcccamp.com or at allstarxccamp on social media. That's allstarcccamp.com.
It's John Yantis, our starter today, on your screen. And what the girls are waiting for, I think, is they're trying to determine, are they going to present the awards in the 3,200 meter run. We do have the final times, and Banner Brooks' official time 9:08.29, Gackenheimer 9:08.74. So 2 under the 9:10 mark. That's pretty darn good. Now we have a look at the finals. Rick, go ahead.
So here are your finalists. In lane 1 from Columbus North, Emerson Chambers. In lane 2 from Pike, Mia Mathis. In lane 3 from Kokomo, Gianna Thornton. In lane 4, the defending champ, the sophomore from New Albany, Jada Harper. In lane 5, Jordan Fort. In lane 6, Adrian Chavetz. In lane 7, Antreana Osby from LC. And in lane 8, Sierra Smith. And here's the finals of the girls' 60-meter hurdles. Jada Harper, 1 seed, fastest qualifier, and she is leaving everybody in her wake. Back-to-back state champ, Jada Harper, first as a freshman, now as a sophomore, and she does so in meet record time of 8.37 seconds.
I saw her in the trials, Rick, and I thought, boy, that girl can fly, and she sure is. I remember her last year at the state meet, 8.37. Jordan Fort second at 8.62. Gianna Thornton third from Kokomo in 8.77. Fort only a sophomore. Thornton only a sophomore. The top 3, all 10th graders in the state of Indiana.
Those are some fast 10th graders.
Whoa.
We talked about the youth movement. We talked about it was all juniors during the girls 3,200 meters. Well, then the sophomores saw what they did and said, the youngsters have a little bit of speed up their sleeve as well. But you talk about Jada Harper, back-to-back state champ in this event here in the indoor side of things as a freshman and a sophomore, really putting a statement out here for Southern Indiana and New Albany.
Osby officially 4th from Lawrence Central at 8.86. Smith from Brownsburg in 5th at 8.87. Adrian Chavetz from Bloomington South, 6th, 8.98. Your top 6 in the 60-meter hurdles. There you see it on the screen. Thank you.
Shout out to our great crew today, headed up by our director Jordan Chu, Dennis Glover on the replay, David Cohn, Daryl
Tibbs.
I thought it was just Daryl, like
they
Prince.
They call him Mr. Tibbs.
Mr. Tibbs, Matt Wisner, Eldon Wheeler, and Eric Connect, our camera operators today. And you saw it initially as you see the medals being handed out. Mr. Barnes, our champ of the boys 3,200 meter, Banner Barnes, Jackson Gackenheimer, and Lucas Bartlett, your top 3. You saw that shot initially of the starters of the boys 60-meter hurdles. We didn't see Rylan Hangey in the shot initially, but he is out there now, as we mentioned. Pete pulled up towards the end of his heat of the 60-meter dash, but it looks like he's going to give it a go here in his specialty. The second fastest time in the nation in this event came in qualifying at 7.58, which is almost 3/10 faster than the record in this event here at the Hoosier State Relays.
I'm glad he's going to give it a go. I really am, because after that 100 or the 60-meter dash that he was in the trials that he pulled up on, I wasn't sure. He took his shoes off real fast. We'll see how he runs here, but this is going to be a great race. You've got Evan Williams also be a big-time competitor, and Zion Clopton from Harris. I know you're going to call out those guys, but those are 2 of the guys I think that have a shot at pushing him, if not beating him.
Yeah, Williams, the fastest qualifier in this event, broke the meet record with a 7.78 in his heat, in heat number 2. And Zion Clapton, the sophomore from Harrison West Lafayette, getting some Division I football looks as a running back. The rest of your competitors in lane 1 from East Central, Trevor Perkins. In lane 2, Darian Walker from Evansville North. Those are 2 seniors. Braylon Tisdale in lane 3, a junior from Homestead. We mentioned Evan Williams from Lawrence Central, a senior. Rylan Hangey, the elder statesman from Franklin Central. Clopton, just a sophomore from Harrison. He's in lane number 6. You see him adjusting his sleeve right there. And the last 2 competitors, Sam Long from Hamilton Southeastern and Omar Daniels from Kokomo, juniors and seniors in lane 7 and 8.
Every athlete just has a little bit of different style that they like to set their blocks up. When I was coaching, it was always a challenge to figure out which one they wanted to push off, how long their stride was, their first stride. Did they really pop off those blocks, or did they stumble out? There's a science to it, Rick. There is.
So both Hangey in lane 5 and Williams in lane 4 broke the meet record during qualifying earlier today, and they're step for step here, but Williams is going to get Hangey by a step, and we'll see how fast he went. Big time celebration for Evan Williams, and he should, as he smashes the meet record by almost 3/10 of a second at 7.57.
Wow. Hangey did look like he was just a hair bit hampered. He did, not make an excuse for him. We saw him again in the 60 trials when he pulled up, but that is not to take anything away from what Evan Williams just ran. The Bear with a 7.57 time in those hurdles. He was a flying. Woo!
Best his own time that he set last year at 7.78 when he finished in second. This year, again, gets the state meet record by 0.2 of a second as he and Rylan Hangey.
I love that. Yeah.
Those two guys, both seniors, they've run against each other how many times over their high school careers. But Evan Williams, take another look at the race here. Lost to Hangey earlier this year, and then that late push here from Williams gets him the top spot on the podium.
And you see Hangey clapped his hands as soon as he crossed the line like, man, those are two great times, but I got beat. And the excitement Evan Williams showed, just pure.
So Williams, the state champ, in meet record time. But it's a quick turnaround because he's also qualified for the 60-meter dash as well. So he's got a – what's going into this right now? If you're the coach at LC, you just won the state champ in the hurdles. Now you have to get your bearings about you and get ready for the 60-meter dash.
Quite frankly, you want to run as fast as you can because you're loose right now. I mean, he just came through a great race. It's a sprint race. It's a lot different than a distance race. I'm ready to get going and run that 60 again because I'm feeling really good right now and confident. But we've got an outstanding 60-meter dash coming up here for the girls now.
In lane 1 from Avon, a senior, Journey Riley. In lane 2 from New Albany, a senior, Ayanna Starks. In lane 3 from Evansville North, also a senior, Dejanay Lane. In lane 4, a junior from Carroll and Fort Wayne, Nadia Ford. And she's the defending champ in this event, ranked number 1 in the state of Indiana in this event with a time of 7.52 coming in to qualify. Nife Ogunleye, a sophomore from Brownsburg's in lane 5. North Central senior Gabrielle Moore in lane 6. Ainsley Meandering, a sophomore from Noblesville, lane 7. And a freshman from Maryville in lane 8 is Symphony Alexander. You see there on the left side of your screen. But we mentioned Hangey in the 60-meter hurdles. It's Nadia Ford, the Carroll Junior, number 1 in the state of Indiana in this event, the defending champ. She also, by the way, was a state champ in the 100 and 200 meters at the outdoor state meet last June. So she is a top-flight competitor out of Fort Wayne.
I remember calling her name as the public address announcer several times last year. Probably will again this year. Outstanding athlete from Carroll. I call her hard charging because she's a Charger, the Carroll High School Chargers, Northeast Allen School District. Sometimes they're called by Fort Wayne Carroll, but they don't really appreciate it. They like to be thought of as just Carroll, but we have 2 Carrolls in the state of Indiana. Yep. We have Carroll of Flora, which is not too far from here, actually, in Clinton. Flora's in Clinton County.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
And then you've got Carroll High School, a large high school. Again, classifications of the big state meet, if you're just joining us, they use the football state classification. So if your school plays 4A football, 5A football, or 6A football, athletes compete in the large school meet, which is going on right now. Later this afternoon and this evening, we'll have the small school state meet, which is schools that play in football in Class 1A, 2A, 3A, or some of them don't even have football.
Yep.
They would fall into small class schools.
And that's the other distinction, too. If you would play up, like if a 3A school plays up in 4A, you're still slotted in the 3A meet. It's just based on your enrollment. So you see the competitors there are finalists of the girls' 60-meter dash. Nadia Ford in lane 4. You can see that two-tone jersey right there in the middle of your screen, the blue and white of the Chargers of Carroll. Ford trying to defend her championship, but getting some pressure here from Ogunleye, and she's going to get her at the line. Nife Ogunleye.
Brownsburg Bulldog gets the win.
The sophomore won her heat and breaks the meet record by a time of 7.36 seconds, getting it by 0.06 of a second.
I'll tell you, these times today, this morning, and the trials even, they are flying. They are flying. I was talking to one of the meet directors, Bob Potter, legendary coach at Lawrence North, and just the track conditions are just excellent, and the quality of athletes excellent here this morning.
And there's your state champ in the girls' 60-meter dash, Nife Ogunleye. Again, breaking the meet record by 0.06 of a second, 7.36 seconds, as she gets Nadia Ford by 0.08 of a second. Dejanay Lane finishing in third, and Ayanna Starks coming home in fourth.
So again, a sophomore and junior takes 1-2 in our Hoosier State relays. Big thanks to Athletic Annex for being the sponsor, title sponsor of this. Outstanding place to get all your track stuff too, I can tell you that from experience.
They still have the Pete Smith account open, or did that get closed a couple of years ago?
No, it's been closed. It's called retirement from stuff.
As they are your finalists for the boys' 60 meters. Manchin Sales was one of the favorites coming in. He did not qualify for this. He's the number 9 rated recruit for football in the entire country. Obviously the number 1 recruit here in the state of Indiana. He's already set up his Final Four visits for his football prowess heading in to next year. IU, Alabama, Ohio State, and Miami. But was a finalist in this event a year ago, did not make it out of the heats.
He pulled up. I watched his race in the heats. That was probably about a half hour to 45 minutes ago, and he didn't look healthy. So unfortunately, he was also in the long jump. You know, last June he broke the 43-year-old state record in a time of 21.09 in the prelims of the 200. He didn't come back and win the meet, but he set the state record in the prelims. Outstanding athlete. You just talked about all his football prowess, and hopefully he'll be healed up and be ready to run soon here. But he did not look good in the trials. You could tell something bugged him.
Like Pete mentioned, he is qualified for the long jump, and so we'll see if he is going to compete in that as well. The second best qualifier for the long jump. Our finalists for the boys' 60-meter dash in lane 1 from Warren Central, Braden Jake. Lane 2 from Hammond Morton, Jaron Jones. In lane 3 from Danville, Colin Bumgarner. Lane 4, Michael Walker Jr. from Hammond Morton. Evan Williams, who just won the 60 hurdles, is in lane 5. You can see the hair right there at the left side of your screen as he jumps up and down. And then Blake Larison, Kamari James, and Vasco Bobek are your last qualifiers here for the finals of the men or the boys' 60-meter dash.
The governor looked pretty good in lane 4
Yeah.
in the trials. I'm teasing you. The governor means Morton Governors. That's the high school nickname. So the governor, Michael Walker Jr. there in lane 4 looked really good in the trials. But again, we're coming off of Evan Williams just setting a record in the 60 hurdles. So I think it'd be a 1-2 between those two if I had to make a prediction.
And a little bit of a bobble as everybody stands up. Walker Jr., the fastest qualifier by Williams by 1/100th of a second, 6.83 seconds to 6.84. Like Pete mentioned, if you're Evan Williams, you want to stay as warm and loose and get this thing going as fast as possible after just breaking the meet record in the 60-meter hurdles just a few minutes ago.
Someone just with a little bit, wiggling a little bit. So our starters decided to let them start over again when it comes to getting their block set. And you want a clean start. I mean, this goes so fast, the 60-meter dash, that you don't want anybody rolling into it.
Williams was second in this event a year ago here at the Hoosier State Relays. We'll go back to the track after this, and we'll get ready for our first relay final of the day. But first, a little bit of something to settle here for the boys' 60-meter dash. Again, Walker Jr. lane 4, Williams in lane 5, the two favorites here. Clean start here. You see Williams, Walker Jr. giving him some pace, but Williams picks up his second state championship of the morning, 6.71 seconds, and another meet record for Lawrence Central's Evan Williams.
Extremely impressive. And again, that's why I wanted to say he was ready to run again. You see his Rylan Hangey congratulating him on our screen there. 2 state records. Boy, what a way to start your season. Senior year in high school at Lawrence Central.
And he can finally sit down and catch his breath.
One of the meet officials congratulating him. Very impressive. Back-to-back wins in both the hurdles and now the 60.
And does so in meet record times in both. Evan Williams putting on a show here in the sprints here early on as his competitors come over to congratulate him. Today's coverage of the Athletic Annex Hoosier State Relays are presented by Insurance Management Group. Life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning-fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got your back. Insurance Management Group. Your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence.
This is what I like most about track. I love the relays from the standpoint of it is a team event. Handoffs are so important. Not letting your team down in your leg of the race, even when sometimes you're not at your best. You've got to get that baton passed to the next runner, and you got to gut it out sometimes when you're not feeling well, because typically you need your 4 best in this event to have any chance to qualify, and we have some great teams in this event.
Double waterfall start here in heat number 1, or section number 1, excuse me. We'll have 2 sections, and again, it's all based on time, not where you finish in your section. Wearing number 1, Zionsville. Columbus North is supposed to be in the 2nd position, but they will not start. So it would be Fishers in 3, Munster wearing number 4, Brownsburg wearing 5, Whiteland 6, Columbia City 7, East Central wearing 8, New Palestine wearing 9, Hamilton Southeastern 10, Chesterton wearing 11, and Penn wearing 12. And our first relay of the day is off. It's the first section of the girls' 4x800 meter relay. Your champions last year, Bloomington South, on a meet record time of 9 minutes 6.38 seconds. And we'll see the champs coming up in section number 2.
Wonder if Sluter was injured. May have caused that relay team. Just maybe a bad guess, but she ran in the 3200. She was supposed to be in this relay for Columbus North. With her being injured, they did not field a team in this. And typically a strong 4x800 meter relay team.
Evie Patch, the lead runner here for Hamilton Southeastern, taking the lead here to start here for the Royals. Again, 4 laps per runner on a 200-meter track here at one of the newest and one of the best indoor track and field facilities in the country. It just hosted the Big Ten Indoor Championships a few weeks ago. It's held the Division II Indoor National Championships. You name it, it's probably been in here if it's been in the Midwest.
Within the last 2 years.
This is Whiteland's Lena Sharp taking over the lead from Hamilton Southeastern.
Again, it's a timed final. These are the teams that had the slower times of qualification for this Hoosier State Relays. But again, you just have to post your best time in this. I hate to call it the slow race. They're all fast. All these teams are fast, but the slower race of the two. So you're running against the clock. You're not just running against that 2nd and 3rd place team. You've got to put in the best time in a timed final of this 3200.
Chesterton in 2nd. Their lead runner, Hannah Herring.
Fisher's in 3rd. Top 3 is the Royal that led the first race has dropped back. Again, maybe she's having a tough day. She's got to gut it out and give her team an opportunity. So you just got to get that baton to that next runner.
Here comes the lead runner from Fishers, Aaliyah Hayes. She and Fishers the fastest qualifiers here in section number 1. As we're ready for our first handoff, here are the girls' 4x8 relay. Whiteland, Fishers, and Brownsburg, your top 3, with Zionsville working their way into the top 4.
Yep, Chesterton in 5th.
Riley Turman, the second runner here for Fishers, with Whiteland's Madeline McGuire behind her. And Zionsville's Maddie Bruns took that baton and has put the Eagles not just into third, but trying to look for the lead here at the end of lap 1 of the second leg.
Good stride as she takes the lead right in front of our perch where we're located here in the pavilion.
Penn trying to work their way up into the top 5 with Riley Holland.
I was talking to Ryan Potter before the meet started and just how blessed these athletes are to have a facility like this. I hope they don't take it for granted because there were so many outstanding runners ahead of them that ran in really much more difficult conditions than what we have blessed today out here at the fairgrounds at the pavilion. It's just that the track speed is excellent, the quality is excellent, air quality. I mean, these chillers and boilers and stuff like that to put out the air quality, they test that to make sure everything's as breathable as possible. Didn't used to be that way. I remember when I was at Penn High School, our indoor track we used was at Schmucker Middle School, and it was, gosh, it was just, I mean, it was
rough.
good. You had it, but it was rough. I remember Rudy Scrupa up at Lake Central. Scrupa had an indoor track at Lake Central, the old track, and it was just, you felt like you're going to run into the walls all the time. But you wanted to compete indoors, that's what you did. Some places you couldn't have pole vault competition, which we're getting ready for the boys pole vault, or high jump, I should say. They moved the mats here to get ready for both those events coming up here later. And we'll get some results to you on the field events here as the meet progresses. I know some of you would like to know how the girls pole vault went, which has been concluded. Girls long jump still taking place.
Paige Clancy of Chesterton into second place, but it's Zionsville's Maddie Bruns on the second leg of the 4x8. Getting ready for the handoff here. Off to her teammate Megan Race.
I just glanced. The pole vault still is going on. There are, I believe there's only one person left. Ella Jenkins, who came in favored, the girl from Westfield. Yes. Yeah, she has cleared 13.3 already. I take a look over there and I see her. She just made an attempt. Looks to be like at 13.7. Looks like that was her final attempt. So I was just a little premature, but that was her final attempt. Ella Jenkins, the winner in the girls pole vault by 2 feet. Outstanding day for the senior Shamrock.
Gabby Godecker, the third runner for Whiteland, has put Whiteland into a big lead after Zionsville had been at the top spot for the better part of this girls 4x8 relay. Again, one more runner to go, 7 at the line here for Godecker and the rest of the third runners to their respective schools. 2 to go actually at the line here for Godecker and the rest.
There you go. I thought you were a little early there. Yep, there you go.
Teammates encouraging those on the track. We just got done seeing Paige Clancy for Chesterton now cheering on her teammate Taylor Kissick.
Again, that biggest challenge, you're in the lead. Okay, I'm not just trying to win this race. I'm running against the clock too, because to place, you have to beat one of those teams in this next, well, actually several of those teams, obviously, in this next relay coming up. This is the first of the 2 timed finals in the 4x800 meter relay.
Godecker and Whiteland trying to put the time to beat up on the big board here in the first of 2 sections for the girls 4x8. Godecker in the lead. Megan Race in second for Zionsville. Chesterton's Taylor Kissick trying to hold on to third place with Abby Lauder of Fishers trying to track her down. Into the final turn is where Godecker goes. She'll be handing off to Madison Fleury.
So in a perfect world, you would have your fastest girl typically be your anchor. I know that may sound like common sense, but sometimes you want to get a lead and you have someone that can hold a lead. Sometimes you have someone really fast and you want them to just go out and try to pass everybody in the last leg. So there's a little bit of strategy here when you talk about coaching relay teams. From handoffs to how early you want them to start to get the baton, how soon you cut in, particularly if you're a lead runner, the first runner on a relay.
Last couple of schools. Handoff here, Munster and New Palestine. But back to the front with Fleury. Did have a 2-second lead at the line, but that has been trimmed mightily here from Zionsville's Sarah Bostwick. Whiteland took the lead. About midway point of this race and have been in front ever since. They and Zionsville have stretched out the lead. As you can see there, nobody else in the picture until right now. Bostwick was there in a really early charge here on the first lap, but at the line it'll be 2 to go, and stretching the lead back out is Fleury here for Whiteland.
Really stretching out, has a nice lead now. Now you just have to keep your pace. Don't burn yourself out. But again, you've got to run against the clock. So your time is so important. And our runners get a chance to see the scoreboard when they come into the first turn. So they can kind of see where they are as a group. They show the splits of the previous couple runners. I remember some of my athletes that when we ran an indoor season, they didn't like the indoor season because of how quick they have to turn on their feet because it's a shorter track. Now, your feet, surprisingly or not, your feet really determine if you can run or not. You've got to have good, healthy feet. And if your feet aren't used to making that turn so quick in those corners, a little bit different running indoors.
Madison Fleury, the anchor for Whiteland. And they've been in the lead here in section number 1, and now Fleury trying to post the time to beat for section number 2. Had no trouble dealing with the runners that she just lapped. And the time to beat will be set here by Fleury and Whiteland. At around 9:40 and change, looks to be the time or so to beat. Second place coming through Zionsville with Bostwick, 9:40.63. Curry finishes in third. Good recovery there from Hamilton Southeastern and Aubrey Berger. After an early fallback early on in the race for the Royals, they battled back to finish in fourth. So Whiteland in a time of 9 minutes, 40.63 seconds. Madison Fleury, the anchor right there for Whiteland, puts the time to beat against Zionsville, Brownsburg, Hamilton Southeastern, and Fishers, your top 5. But as we mentioned a lot there in the first section, again, it's the time you put up on the board, not where you place here in your section. So right now, Whiteland the time to beat at just a tick over 9 minutes and 40 seconds.
You can't imagine the organization it takes to get this all pulled off with these athletes in such a confined area and the track being much smaller. Just kudos. I'm looking at Lane Custer there in the little, whatever you kind of those little cool hats I call them. The Bruce Arian type hat there.
Yeah.
You see Lane with the West Lafayette on the back of it. He's a longtime track coach of the Red Devils at West Lafayette High School. And so many coaches when they retire.
Driving hat. It's a driving hat. Jackie Stewart wore one. Sorry, go ahead.
Jackie Stewart. Boy, that's the name from the past.
There you go.
He could race.
He could race a little
Cars,
bit.
Though.
Cars, right.
Cars, not on his feet. Because he was only about 5'5", I think. I saw him, I was like, wow, he is not very tall.
I'm sorry I distracted you. Go ahead.
But,
there we go.
No, just congratulations. All the workers and people it takes to keep this sucker organized is just amazing. So thanks go out to all of them I know that love track. A lot of them are retired track coaches. A lot of them are retired starters that still have a hand in it. A lot of school teachers that helped at track meets, they still do it. I mean, it's just really, really, it takes a team to get something like this put together, and running smoothly as the top right now, as you see Lane again in his driving cap.
Very European. His phone, any of his buddies that are watching, his phone's blowing up right now. Hey, the guys on the
Lane doesn't have friends. Sorry. When you're from Northfield High School where he grew up in Wabash County, you don't have friends. I'm just saying that sarcastically.
That's Pete Smith
Lane
saying that,
Custer.
not me. Pete said that, not Rick. Pete said that, not me.
Has a lot of friends.
Eldon hasn't said a word to us all day. Eldon's locked in. Look at this. And just laser focused. Get that camera off of us. Let's go to the competitors. Heat 2 of the girls 4x8. Your teams Homestead, Franklin Central, Carmel, Bloomington South, the defending champs in meet record time, Avon, Westfield, Crown Point, Fort Wayne, Bishop Dwenger, Carroll, Warsaw, Floyd Central, and North Central from here in Indianapolis.
Again, these are the faster teams that qualified. So you'll see better times. You'll see some strategy coming in these races because these teams are traditionally great 4x800 meter relay teams. That's not disrespectful to Whiteland as much as these are your ones you talk about all the time. Whiteland went out and posted a really nice time. Let's see if it can stand up here and get placed on the medal stand.
Lexi Kohlbaum, the leadoff runner here for Bloomington South, the defending state champs in this event and the defending record holders. She was on that 4x8 team a year ago with Crown Point Sophia Bresden trying to track her down in second, but now getting pressure from Carmel, who are the fastest qualifiers, and Annabelle Pollard, who we saw earlier today in the 3200. And Kohlbaum and her Bloomington South teammates, last year the record in state championship time of 9 minutes, 6.38 seconds. But here comes Pollard. We mentioned already one race under her belt today, finished runner-up in the 3,200 meters. And it is clearly, Pete, here early on, 1-2 between Bloomington South and Carmel, leading everybody else in their wake.
Yeah, you would expect this too, just from past results. This Carmel team has a really strong group. We'll talk about each runner, but the South team is your defending champ, as you mentioned.
Bresden from Crown Point in third, and then back to fourth, and Homestead and Dominica Cassini. But it's Kohlbaum and Pollard, 1-2 for their respective teams as we get ready for the second leg of the girls 4x8 section number 2. Kohlbaum will hand off to Mary Asplund.
Great leg. Must have been about a 2:13 just off the top of my head at a quick glance. Great leg to open up for the Panthers.
Sadie Foley, second runner for Bloomington South. You see the rest of the second runners coming through here in the women's 4x8.
Sadie Foley, second runner for Carmel, that is. She placed third in the state cross-country finals this year. Last year, I remember she was fifth in the 1,600 meters, and she is just one tough competitor. Fractured her ankle last fall at the start of the 1,600 meters at the outdoor state finals. Never forget that. Ugh. But, boy, she's come back.
See her right there, second place, trying to track down Mary Asplund. So again, Bloomington South, Carmel, your 1-2. Crown Point is starting to get a lot of pressure for third place heading into the last turn.
So if you're Whiteland right now, you're looking at that sixth place team because that's the one you've got to probably beat. The top 5 teams right now, actually top 7 probably, they got a shot right now. This is a 2-team race in this one.
And Foley has made up a lot of ground here on Bloomington South's Asplund. It was a healthy lead for Bloomington South for a while, but now Carmel tracking them down. They're the fastest qualifiers in this event with just below 9 minutes, 10 seconds on that qualifying time. One lap to go here in the second leg. And nobody in the galaxy of Asplund and Foley. Foley looking to the outside.
Foley's going to get her on the backstretch, I think. Yep.
So Carmel into the lead. First, it was Pollard and now Foley. And they'll set the stage for Caitlin Oshimura. Two middle runners here for Carmel. Absolute superstars for the Greyhounds. Oshimura waits. Jasmine Mortoglio waiting to be the third runner for Bloomington South. As the Hounds extend their lead, trying to knock off the reigning champs in Bloomington South, who set the meet record a year ago. Crown Point still in third, holding on to it here. Franklin Central in second, with Avon
in fourth.
Fourth and fifth in that group there.
Yeah, the first 2 teams are broken away so much, you lose track of where everybody is at.
It's almost become 2 different races at this point. As
Oshimura's just lapped.
Yeah, just lapped the last 2 teams there.
Yeah.
In Franklin Central and Bishop Dwenger.
Caitlin Oshimura is an All-American When I say that, she was an All-American of the distance medley relay at the 2026 New Balance Indoor Nationals. She ran the 800-meter leg for that distance medley team, and she's already verbally committed to Ohio University. So that's who you're watching right now with the baton for the Carmel Greyhounds.
Indiana well represented out in Boston at those New Balance National Championships a couple of weeks ago.
So you can see Katie now. She's getting held up a little bit, and that's going to get slow her time down a little bit as she settles in, but she almost has a wall in between her with two runners. There in the backstretch, she's going to make a pass, I think. Nope, she's going to stay inside.
Your second place runner, Mortoglio from Bloomington South, all the way in the back of that shot. And again, the lap traffic hasn't slowed down Oshimura too much to the point where it's bringing Mortoglio back into the picture.
There she's going to get outside and try to make it while she's got a little bit of room. Again, strategy a little bit different on the indoor track than outdoor track. Bloomington South still in second.
They've got a healthy lead for that second place spot. Avon has moved their way into the third here with Allie Connors. With Franklin Central there in fourth with Natalie Van Tesny.
I just glanced over, Rick, at the Whiteland girls who are watching very close what the time is on the board on each handoff between these first three runners now.
So here's the anchor leg for the Greyhounds of Carmel and Larkin Taylor. Bloomington South waiting for the handoff here. Their anchor leg is Ellie Baranda.
Larkin placed fourth in last year's outdoor IHSAA track and field state finals in the 800-meter relay. So pretty darn good anchor to have. She finished 10th in the cross-country state finals, IHSAA cross-country.
So the Homestead handoff there with Claire Labria and Katarina Perigo. For Homestead, as they're currently in fifth. It's Carmel, Bloomington South. And you have to wait a bit to try to get your third place right now where it's currently Avon. And Franklin Central duking it out for that third place spot. 2 to go, though, at the line here for Larkin Taylor of Carmel, who is just picking off competitors as she makes her way there. 2 to go here at the line. Again, Whiteland's time they posted in the first section was 9 minutes, 40.63 seconds. Like Pete mentioned, probably looking at a sixth place finish. But again, 9:40.63 the time to beat. And right now, Larkin Taylor is cooking with gas here for the Greyhounds of Carmel.
Now, the flip side of that, what we talked about in the first relay, Rick, the flip side is you're in fifth or sixth right now, and you just think, okay, well, I can just, but you're running against the clock now, too. And Whiteland posted a really good time in that first race to see if they can get in this, but it is all Greyhounds in this.
About 40 seconds to go to try to beat the meet record that was just set a year ago by Bloomington South. That's what Carmel and Larkin Taylor have on their plate here down the backstretch, with her closest competitor nowhere in sight.
80 meters behind probably. I don't think I'm exaggerating. She is way back there.
She's got 16 seconds to get to the line to break the event record here at the Hoosier State Relays. It's going to be Carmel and Larkin Taylor to win. Will they do it in record time? They do. They beat it by almost 4 seconds,
Holy
it looks
cow.
like. They beat it by almost 5 seconds. Just a little over 9 minutes and 1.92 seconds. What a performance from the Carmel Greyhounds.
Bloomington South second in a pretty good darn time too, 9:09.14, but wow, what a great effort by that Carmel team in the 4x800 meter relay.
Annabelle Pollard, Sadie Foley, Caitlin Oshimura, and Larkin Taylor meet record time at almost 9 minutes and 2 seconds. The previous record, as we mentioned, was 9 minutes, 6.38 seconds, set by Bloomington South a year ago. So that record isn't even a year old, and it comes off the board.
Boy, that's an outstanding time for indoor. Gosh, I mean, outstanding time for outdoor even too, but wow, it's just a little bit more difficult indoor just because you're making such quicker turns.
And Whiteland, by the way, will finish in 8th. Warsaw Community, 9 minutes, 37.62 seconds. Crown Point was at 9 minutes 42.40 seconds. So Whiteland finishing in 8th after posting the fastest time in section number 1. But those are your champs in meet record time in the girls 4x800 meter relay. The Carmel Greyhounds of Annabelle Pollard, Sadie Foley, Caitlin Oshimura, and Larkin Taylor. A blistering time of 9 minutes 1.92 seconds, besting the meet record time by almost 5 seconds that was set just a year ago.
Foley, their anchor, ran a 2:11.99. No, that's 2:11.64. Larkin Taylor. What a great 2:11.64. Wow.
We will step aside and come back with the boys 4x800 meter relay here on the ISC Sports Network.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored.
Today's meet is brought to you by MF Athletic Everything Track and Field. We're still more of everything than ever. We have the track and field brand you need or want, with everything backed by our famous 100% satisfaction guarantee. We are proud of our same-day shipping policy, backed with a team of track and field experts to advise and make suggestions, all with sensible low prices. You'll be more than pleased with our people, our pricing, and our selection. Contact us at 1-800-556-7464 or visit us online at everythingtrackandfield.com. So here's section 1 of the boys 4x800 meter relay. Your competitors: Crown Point, Columbus North, Center Grove, Fishers, Brownsburg, Lawrence North, Lowell, Yorktown, Lawrence Central, Bloomington South, Roncalli, and Pike.
There, we got the leaders.
So Lowell out in front. That is Daniel Frevert. And just like on the girls' side, 4 laps per competitor. And again, you're running against the clock here in these two different sections. We saw it in the girls' race. Whiteland won the first section. They finished in 8th overall because the second section faster qualifiers, so they had to hold on there for dear life.
So the runners have cut in, as you can see. Runners have cut in, and Red Devils are in the lead right now with the baton.
Jake Bauman in second for Crown Point.
Yorktown making a nice run. They're in third. The Tigers.
That's Thomas Looney. And Fishers is Nate Thomas in fourth. Center Grove, the Trojans, had the fastest time in this qualifier. And again, Lowell's Daniel Freevert's been at the point here. We had a dropped baton back there from Bauman of Crown Point as he was in the top 4, but he falls all the way back after that miscue. Center Grove's Yared Siom has vaulted his way into third place. First handoff upcoming here. Still Lowell at the point with Yorktown and Center Grove rounding out the top three.
Yep, clean exchanges. They stay 1, 2, 3, the same teams. Sometimes on an exchange, you can be looking at a baton and not really get off to a nice, easy start and lose the lead sometimes. But that was a good exchange by all three of the top teams right there. 4 laps for these runners.
You just saw Columbus North Sam Steinmetz rounding out our competitors. Again, the top three. Again, Lowell, Yorktown, and Center Grove. That's Aiden Hernandez for Lowell, Logan Fulton for Yorktown, and Jaden Salo for Center Grove, who's now wants to take the lead on the back straightaway. We said it was standing room only when we started here, Pete, and we've somehow found a way to pack even more people in here a couple hours later.
More people in here, absolutely.
Good recovery here from Crown Point and Caleb Katinsky. After his teammate dropped the baton heading into the last lap of the first leg, he has gotten the Bulldogs into fourth.
Looking behind me while this race is going on, the boys' shot putters are warming up now. The girls' competition has completed itself, and they have a nice crowd behind us here. It's outside the track. It's on the north end of the building. And a really good turnout of people watching the shot put athletes also.
Busy day here in downtown Indianapolis. Not only the both large and small school meets for the Hoosier State Relays, all 4 state championship boys basketball games going on, including the Crown Point Bulldogs in the 4A game tonight. So I have a feeling a lot of the folks here for Crown Point this morning are just going to stick around and make it an all-day affair here in Central Indiana.
Well, on that side note, we're not going to get a chance to see him, but anyone that comes out this afternoon or is watching, hopefully you get to see the Bontrager boy from Westview. I mean, just an outstanding runner. He's going to run, but right now he's at the state basketball finals watching the Westview Warriors play in the 2A state championship game, and then he'll come over after that. He's an outstanding young man. What a great runner. And his high school basketball team playing in the state finals just about maybe 5 miles away from here. I mean, just real quick, his accomplishments.
Incredible.
He's the first Indiana high schooler to run a sub 4-minute mile. He was the New Balance champion in 3:59.48. That's the best in the nation this year. And again, he comes from a small school.
Yep.
So again, that's one thing about Indiana track I love. The IHSAA, we don't run class track meets. Other states do. I mean, if you're the best, you can run. I love the indoor meet, though, the Hoosier State Relays, though, because they do break you up into small schools and big schools so that you can kind of run against your school size in that situation. But at the state meet, if you're the best, doesn't matter if your school's Union Duggar with 50 kids or whatever, you can win it. So very cool. And boy, he's a great runner. So
I say, if you haven't seen Bontrager run, he put on a show here last year in the 3,200 meters. Then he single-handedly won the DMR for Westview a year ago. His team was in 8th place, and then he dusted everybody, and they came back to win the DMR a year ago. So he is worth the price of admission. He'll be coming up this afternoon.
So for those track and field novice fans, DMR is
the distance medley
relay. Yes, but thank you. You knowledgeable track guy right away throwing out those big words. But we're going to use that a little bit later when we get to the DMR.
Final runners on the track here. Again, it's Center Grove, the fastest qualifiers. They were sitting back in third for a while, but they have been at the point for a while. Craig Salo handing it off to Will Cascaden. And then there's a whole bunch of folks back there trying to post a good time here in Section 1.
But to your point, Center Grove about 60 meters ahead in this race. Again, running against the clock. This is the slower of the 2 races in the 4x800 meter relay if you're just joining us. So Center Grove with that lead is running against the clock, and there you see their anchor runner.
For second and third, though, it's going to be Crown Point. And Lawrence Central has worked their way up to the top 3, but you get a look at the anchor leg for the Center Grove Trojans and Will Cascaden.
always impressed by Center Grove because basically it starts with their football coach, Eric Moore, and he loves their athletes to compete in track. I've been to some schools I coached at that were not always that way. They'd rather have them in the weight room all the time and doing their football stuff, but Eric has been a big supporter, obviously, of track and field opposite his sport of love, football.
We talked about it a little bit earlier, too, during the sprints with Manchin Sales, the number 9 football recruit in the country, also sprinter and long jumper. 1 to go here at the line for section number 1 of the boys' 4x800 meter relay. Center Grove, the fastest qualifier, showing why. Here so far, they've been in the lead for the majority of it, as Will Cascaden trying to take it to the finish line here.
Again, the focus has to be, you've won the race. You've won this particular race, but you've got to post the best time you can since you were in the slower of the 2 races.
Into the final turn goes the Center Grove Trojan. Cascaden has not had anyone relatively close to him at all from a second place standpoint. He'll post the number to beat. Just a little over 8 minutes and 2 seconds. We'll get the official time at 8:2:17. You can see a little bit of frustration there from Cascaden.
Crown Point finished second, I think.
Yep.
Bulldogs
and Yorktown.
Time, 8:09.16 their time. Yorktown third and 8:11.3. The Bears of Lawrence Central in fourth at 8:11.97, beating their arch rival Lawrence North by almost a second.
Good finish there from Yorktown, coming home in third place today in that first section. So the time to beat, 8 minutes, 2.17 seconds for Center Grove. As we get ready for section number 2, as we are just rolling along here for the large school meet of the Hoosier State Relays.
A lot of sunshine coming through the windows here at the pavilion, but I can tell you it was cold coming in this morning. About 33 on my car driving up here to the fairgrounds.
There was some, if you parked outside, you had frost on your windshield this morning, and I remind myself like it was 82 just 2 days ago. But as I say, welcome to Indiana, right? Just wait 15 minutes and the weather will change.
Oh, it's been so goofy. All right, the faster of the 2 teams coming up in our faster of the 2 races in our 4x800 meter relay. Next race.
And your teams in this one, Hamilton Southeastern, Bloomington North, Whiteland. They are the number 1 qualifier. Carmel, Noblesville, Homestead, Westfield, Carroll out of Fort Wayne, Ben Davis, Avon, Franklin Central, and Mount Vernon, Fortville.
I chuckle because, again, their boys basketball team will be playing in the state finals. The late game tonight, the 4A state championship game against Crown Point. Crown Point had a team in the earlier race of this 4x800 meter relay.
Think any bragging rights? They'll text their buddies, hey, we beat so-and-so. Our time was faster. Now you guys have to pick it up on the basketball side.
You can use every angle you can to motivate as a coach, as a teammate, whatever it takes.
So some of the Mount Vernon runners might be getting Luke Ertl's phone number and texting him, hey, we did our part. We need you to take care of your part. You can hear Pete on the coverage. He'll be the analyst for both the 3A and 4A games on radio tonight after we wrap up our coverage here. So you and everybody else, you, the Westview folks, Mount Vernon, Crown Point, you and everybody else just making a full day of it here in the Circle City.
Absolutely. What a great day of sports.
So they are currently going through the introductions for the boys and girls high jump.
And they do it in a neat way.
Yeah.
It was brought back by, I can't remember if it was Coach Potter or who it was, but in the field events, you introduce yourself, meaning they give you the live mic, the portable mic, and instead of introducing like I do at the state track meet, they get to introduce themselves in the field events. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
They say what school they're from and things like that.
I think I heard, if I heard right, they took it from they're at a meet in Pensacola, I think is where, if I remember, is where they say where they picked it up from. And the one group that didn't do it with the boys shot putters, it sounds like they said we just want to get ready and throw. So
yeah, the guys shot putters. Yeah.
We just want to throw. Let's go.
Come on, yeah. I want to go eat. Got some big, strong young men behind us there competing now in the shot put as it started over there.
This is section number 2 of the boys 4x800 meter relay final in a double waterfall start. 2-turn staggers you see there on your screen.
Again, some of these runners have already run in the 3,200 meter run. One specifically on this Hamilton Southeastern team, Liam Powers. Liam's going to be on this Southeastern team. Not sure what leg he's running yet.
And keep your eyes on the lead runner right in the top of the pack there. Bloomington North, Jacob Mitchell won the 3,200 meters after getting jostled around at the start-finish line last year here at the Hoosier State Relays. Didn't qualify this year to defend his championship, but trying to make up for it here in the 4x8 relay.
Well, I got to tell you, my prediction to win this is Bloomington North because their anchor is outstanding, that being Caleb Winders. I remember calling his name several times last year at North Central at the state finals in the outdoors.
And Bloomington North at a meet record it set on this course 2 years ago, back in 2024. With the Winders a part of that team back then. But here's Whiteland. Again, the fastest qualifiers, Colton Watson, followed by Carmel's Nixon Trissler. They leave Mitchell back behind them. And Cooper Hunzinger, leadoff runner for Mount Vernon Fortville, the Marauders into third place. 2 laps in here to this one.
Boy, they're going out pretty hard.
3 laps in, excuse me.
Yeah, nice split there. Yeah, for the third lap, they're running pretty good pace for a 4x800 meter relay.
Again, the time to beat, 8 minutes, 2.17 seconds, sent by Center Grove in our first section. That's been the name of the day. If you're just joining us right now, it has been fast, and meet records have been falling left and right here this morning from the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion.
Yeah, about a 157 opener there for the Mount Vernon runner. Nice race.
Cooper Hunzinger handing off to Austin Baugh. Carmel's Nixon Trissler off to Cooper Zotek. And then Whiteland's William Watson sliding in third.
Bloomington North in fourth.
So Mount Vernon, Carmel, Whiteland. Ben Davis in fifth. Franklin Central's worked their way into the top 5. Austin Baugh at the front here for Mount Vernon. Again, you're running against the clock here in the 4x800 meter relay, and their time to beat again 8 minutes, 2.17 seconds. Carmel to the front with Zotek. Whiteland and William Watson looking to make a move as well as Mount Vernon falls back slightly.
Watson's trying to take the lead, I thought, for a second.
Zotek's had the lead, but Watson trying to track him down. 9 to go here at the line. Top 2 have broken away. Franklin Central's Justin Reedus trying to stay within striking distance as we get ready for the halfway point next time at the start-finish line. You can see Zotek there at the top of your screen has extended the lead over Watson.
Well, Zotek's with a great finish, too. He is chugging down that straightaway.
Carmel, the second fastest qualifiers in the event. Whiteland, the top fastest ones. But they're inverted here as we're halfway home in the boys 4x8.
I got Zotek at a 156.55 split. Outstanding leg for that Greyhound.
Hands off to Carter Burr. Nolan Edness, the third leg for Whiteland.
Boy, Winders is going to have a lot to make up. I was talking earlier in the race on Bloomington North there. Their first few runners just have not stayed in the race.
Drew Wright for Franklin Central, holding down third for the Flashes. But again, Carmel, Whiteland, Franklin Central, 1, 2, 3. That's been the order for the majority of our race here so far. $5 to go here for Burr. Edens About the same distance he's been behind Burr since taking the handoff.
He is, yes. He's starting to make a little bit of a move, though, on the backstretch.
Yep. You see a little bit of stress there on Burr's face into the final term, and calm, cool, and collected. Hair flowing in the breeze for Nolan Edens.
We're indoors. There's no breeze, but that's what
He's causing the breeze.
Sounds good.
I feel the breeze.
He's running a great leg, I'll tell you that. Avon making a good race. They're in third and looking at Carmel, trying to get to second.
Dean Semsky into third. Well, a lot of struggle there from Burr as he and Carmel were in front, but now he's looking at the taillights of Nolan Edens and the fastest qualifiers from Whiteland.
Can't wait to see what this split ends up being for Watson. Wow.
No stress for Whiteland to the anchor leg and Stephen Mergel. Avon up to second. But here comes Bloomington North and Caleb Winders after they were all the way in the back. And can Winders try to track down Mergel and Whiteland here with 3 to go at the line?
Oh, you know he's got it in him.
No one's been able to touch Whiteland for the last lap and a half. Winders got the baton, and he's been trying to track down that man right there, Stephen Mergel, and here comes Winders into your picture.
Well, he did it quicker than I thought.
Westfield's Carson Ackley into third place for the Shamrocks, but Winders is now trying to breathe down the neck of Mergel with 2 to go right here.
I see his eyes. He's kind of surveying the land. Okay, they both have to get past a runner. He and the Whiteland runner both have to get past him. There, they're making their move now. When does Winders think he's going to try to overtake?
Bloomington North was all the way back in 8th, 9th, or 10th. Mergel in the lead for Whiteland. He's got to deal with Winders here in the bell lap. And the pass for the lead down the back straightaway, Caleb Winders. Mergel looked over the wrong shoulder. Winders smashes the accelerator into the last turn.
Teammates have to be happy as heck.
Caleb Winders with a beautiful anchor leg wins it for Bloomington North as they bring home the 4x8 state championship here on the boys' side thanks to an incredible anchor leg from Caleb Winders.
Wow.
Time of 7 minutes, 48.24 seconds.
Waiting to get that last split. He's got to be close to being about a 150 split on that, Winders. It's hard to go against. 1 minute, 50.37 seconds, I hear from our producer, Jordan.
Incredible anchor leg there for Winders. So you get a look at the pass for the lead here heading in to that on that last lap.
Just made his mind up. Just made his mind up, and then look at him go. That's in the backstretch final turn and heads home to the start-finish line with the championship for the Cougars.
Bloomington North set the meet record 2 years ago. They're the state champs here in 2026. As we're getting ready for the girls' 4x200 meter relay. And just like that, we're into our final 3 events of the morning on the track side.
If you are waiting for some field event results, we'll have them here. We've got both the girls and the boys high jump competition still warming up. The boys shot put is taking place right now. The girls have completed theirs. And the pole vaulters, the high flyers as I call them, the boys are warming up. The girls has been decided. Be getting you those results here during the broadcast.
You mentioned the long jump right now. Your leader at 7 feet, .30 meters is Jeremiah Young of Kokomo.
which in English means 23 feet 11 and a half inches. I'm not very good in metrics, but they didn't have metrics when I was in school back in the 70s. So
Braden Jake in second, 22 feet 5 3/4 of an inch. And Nathan Vaughn from Chesterton.
Here you see him. Yeah. Chesterton Trojan right there.
Currently sitting in third place.
Got some high flyers. You see them warming up now on the track as we just got a hair break as the athletes in this race, the 4x200, are getting their blocks set. This is a timed final in our girls 4x200 meter relay. That means, like, you know, we've got heats, and again, you're running against the clock. They will condense the times and figure out your placing. A little opposite of when you run outdoors. You'll have a trials in the 200 earlier in the meet and then come back for the finals a little bit later, bring back the top 8 or 9, depending on if you're running on an 8-lane track or a 9-lane track. That's Portage warming up there. Probably Kimora Edmonds for the Indians.
Only 5 teams competing, as Elkhart will not start here in our first heat of the girls 4x200. Portage right there. Warren Central will be in lane 2. Fort Wayne Bishop Dwenger lane 3. Elkhart was supposed to be in lane 4. Lake Central in lane 5 and Noblesville in lane 6. The first of 4 heats for the girls 4x2. The Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion, a beehive of activity here on this Saturday morning, with one more full meet left to go for the small school, starting at around 3 o'clock or so. Today's meet brought to you by I Want to Run. I Want to Run is a full-service timing and scoring company with 50 years of experience. That's right, they've been timing races since 1974. The I Want to Run staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable around, and previously were owners of the largest timing company in America. They do it all from IHSA high school and middle school cross country to NCAA Division I meets like the Big East, Horizon, and Crossroads Conference Championships, and road races big and small, including the Boston Marathon and several local 5Ks. They have the experience and the most modern equipment to make sure your race is scored accurately and flawlessly. Take a look at iwantorun.com. That's IWANT, the number 2, RUN.com. to see how to get your upcoming races timed by the best. Again, that's iwantorun.com for all of your timing and scoring needs.
We're just a little bit ahead of the time schedule.
We'll step back. We'll come right back, get things going for the girls 4x2 relay.
At Indiana State University, we're all in for you. So you can be all striving, all thriving, all achieving, all the time. Bring your hustle, your drive, and your ambitions. Match it all with opportunities that make your resume sing. Work on real-world projects as part of your degree. Find your people in a welcoming community. So, are you in?
And we're ready to go for the first heat of the girls 4x200 relay. So again, Portage in lane 1, Warren Central lane 2, Bishop Dwenger lane 3, Lake Central lane 5, Noblesville in lane 6.
Each runner will run one lap on this 200-meter track, so pretty cool. One and done. Pretty easy to keep track of this race compared to some of them where you may get lapped on if you're not one of the lead teams.
See, the first leg will hand off to the second leg in the lanes, and then the second leg's brake line is out of the first turn. That's Lake Central in lane 5 in the lead. And this is Alina Navarro, who won last year's sectional in the 100 and 200 meters. So an excellent second leg here for Lake Central in the girls 4x2.
Handoff so important. Good one there by the Indians.
Bishop Dwenger was in second place, but then Warren Central just passed him.
Ben Davis in third.
Leanne Petty, second place for Warren Central. This is Naomi DeLosa out front for Lake Central. She'll hand off to Madison Parlor, the anchor leg, in Heat 1 of the girls 4x2.
Let me say it's Bishop Dwenger. Sorry, they have similar uniforms out of Fort Wayne in third.
Lake Central, Warren Central, Bishop Dwenger.
Noblesville in fourth.
Madison Parlor with Lene Porch trying to track her down. Bishop Dwenger has Reagan Furness. Lake Central has been in the lead from the start. Madison Parlor trying to bring it home. Good finish here from Noblesville's Avery Musgrave to come home in third here in Heat 1.
Wow, Musgrave, great job. Got it in fifth.
Lake Central time of 1 minute 45.16 seconds. They take almost 7/10 off of their qualifying time. So a lot of happy young ladies there for the foursome for Lake Central.
Again, these are time finals, so that's right now the number you're shooting for if you're in the second or third. That's your lead time, 1:45.16. Noblesville finished third, Bishop Dwenger fourth, and Portage fifth in the first of the time finals of the 4x200 meter relay.
Your competitors in heat number 2. Lane 1 is Fishers, lane 2 Westfield, lane 3 Cathedral, lane 4 Fort Wayne Northrop, lane 5 Mount Vernon Fortville, and lane 6 Franklin Central in heat 2 of 4 for the girls 4x2 relay. Record in this event's been standing for a while. Came back in 2019 for the North Central Panthers at 1:39.55. So again, Fishers in lane number 1. Westfield, Cathedral, Northrop, Mount Vernon, and Franklin Central. Devin Dale run the leadoff leg here for Fishers. I'd like to remind you that today's coverage is brought to you by Mac Designs. Mac Designs has been the provider of team uniforms, spirit wear, and custom t-shirts and apparel for 35 years. Local to Carmel, you can work directly with Mac Designs' experienced staff to find just the right garments and their on-staff artists to design your look just for you. Mac Designers has uniforms and apparel for all sports from all the major brands, including Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and New Era. With Mac Designs, you work directly with the people who make your order happen, not through a broker or middleman. The entire process is managed in-house, from design to ordering to production, with the experienced staff making sure your order is perfect. Mac Designs will even set up a web store for your team or organization to select and pay for their items at no additional cost to you. Reach out to the Mac Designs team at macdesigns2.com. That's MacDesigns, the number 2.com.
Ariane Washington was on her camera here from Northrop. They're going to be in lane 4 of this 4x200 meter relay.
There's Izzy Brady of Westfield. Again, you have to stay in your lane for the handoff from the first leg to the second. And this is heat number 2, with Lake Central putting up the time to beat of 1:45.16 seconds. Franklin Central's Akua Saki out front. And now the handoff here near the start-finish line. A slight lead for Northrop from Ariane Washington to Alasia Green.
Northrop has a history of great track and field teams, both on the boys and girls side in their history.
Ava O'Brien in second place here for Franklin Central, but it's Green out front for Fort Wayne Northrop, with her teammate Alexis Wooten waiting for the handoff here. Reagan A. Bell, third runner for Franklin Central in second place. Mount Vernon Fort Phil's Jesselyn Jones, the third leg here for the Marauders, but it's Alexis Wooten and Fort Wayne Northrop out front. With Kotla Williams Thomas, the anchor leg here for Northrop. Again, the time to beat, 1 minute 45.16 seconds. This is heat 2 of the girls' 4x2 relay.
I think Northrop's going to get it from start to finish. We'll see how they come out of the turn.
Caitlin Eblin in second, getting pressure with Franklin Central. Fisher's his anchor in Zania Pineda trying to snatch second away.
Oh, nice race. Nice finish there by Mount Vernon.
As Mount Vernon able to get third there. Right now, Fort Wayne Northrop with a 1 minute 44.69 seconds. Fisher slots into third place through 2 heats. So Ariane Washington, Alasia Green, Alexis Wooten, and Kala Williams Thomas, the 4 competitors for Fort Wayne Northrop in heat number 2.
Good finish for the Summit City there.
Lake Central's time from heat 1, good enough for second place right now, with Fishers currently sitting in third. You see the updated standings right there through 2 heats.
You don't talk too much about splits in the 4x2 or the 4x1 because they're not all starting the same time. You know, you want your leader to get out. You can pretty much tell what your time you want there. But after that, the handoffs have such a big decision on how the race finishes. Plays such a big part.
From your days, how much time would you guys drill and just work on handoffs, whether it was for the indoor season or heading into the outdoor? Is that something that you guys kind of worked on a lot, knowing how important it is?
Oh, we worked on it a lot. And one year, though, we dropped the baton at the state finals in the 4x1, and that hurt us big time. Too busy on TV. Our starter, John Yantis, thinks we may just be doing something else, not sure that we were on the air. But, yeah, he wanted to know it's the first game of the state boys basketball finals, and I'm in it for track. I don't, believe me, I care who wins, but I love track, and I'm glad I'm here today with you, Rick Johnston, on the call.
Right back at you, Pete.
We've got some pretty good guys working with us, too. Want to mention those guys?
Yeah, Jordan Shue, our fearless leader at the controls. He was over at the Indianapolis Indians game making sure everything was plugged in right for their opener yesterday. Dennis Glover on the replay. David Cohn, camera 1. Mr. Tibbs, also known as Daryl Tibbs, camera 2. Matt Wisner, camera 3, and the 2 men working their way around this entire pavilion. Eldon Wheeler and Eric Connect. When we get to those highlight packages from all of our field events, it is Eldon and Eric that have been capturing all of that throughout the morning. Those guys, we got to put a step count on those guys. They've been covering every inch of the pavilion here this morning. So here we go. Third heats of the girls' 4x2. We've already seen a couple of records already fall today. Evan Williams for Lawrence Central, the sprinter, took the spotlight here early. Fort Wayne Northrop, the leader in the clubhouse right now, as we just start heat number 3. Again with Carmel, Brownsburg, Goshen, Bloomington South, Valparaiso, and Lawrence North. Early lead for Nife Ogunleye, who we already saw compete a couple of times earlier. She's got to get out of the way of Carmel's second runner, Kalinda Lee.
Oh, yeah, and that impeded Lee a little bit. I mean, it was unintentional, but she did get impeded in lane 1. That was a tough one, tough break there.
Demi Smith, the second leg here for Brownsburg with the lead. Goshen in second place.
Oh, no.
And a little bit of a bobble on the handoff there for Brownsburg.
I think we're going to have a disqualification there. She was off the track when she handed the baton in the lane. Not sure if there's any difference in indoor rules from that standpoint from when I coached, so we'll see what happens there. Unfortunate. I just mentioned how important handoffs are. Did we just talk about that?
We just did talk about that.
Yeah. And
Great.
this is a little bit different because the handoffs are indoors. You know, you're indoors, but I think you got to be on the track on that handoff.
Gracie Burkholz, the third leg for Brownsburg, did a good job to keep the lead. She gives the way to Keziah Young. Estefania Diaz, though, for Goshen. But it's going to get past here by Carmel's Gabriela Grande Rosas.
Oh, she's a great runner. Remember her from last year.
Rosas trying to get to the line, and she will lean, but it looks like Brownsburg will hold on. But again, we have to wait and see. That handoff on the baton from the second and third runners there for Brownsburg might wipe away their time here.
Yeah, there's your times. Well, not we see
now.
it. Excuse me. I'm looking on the board at the times coming up, popping up. Brownsburg 143.66. Carmel 143.83. Goshen with a nice race, but not in the same mention of that.
So as of now, if Brownsburg time stands, they have the new fastest time with Carmel in second. But again, still waiting to see what might happen there with that handoff. We just lost our live timing data here momentarily. So our last competitors in Section 4, Lane 1 is Maryville, Lane 2 Ben Davis, Lane 3 Pike, Lane 4 North Central, Lane 5 Lawrence Central, and Lane 6 is Hamilton Southeastern. So currently third place, Fort Wayne Northrop 144.69. Second place, Carmel 143.83, and Brownsburg in first. Again, for the time being, again, we're trying to figure out if there might be a disqualification because of that handoff with the baton between the second and third runners there, the girls 4x2. And here's a look at it right here.
She's off the track. She's taken 2 or 3 strides, and she makes the handoff when she is off the track. So just got to see if anyone saw it or not. That's the next question, because with a bank track, it makes it hard. I'm sure she just lost her balance as she was trying to make that. They're not used to running on bank tracks like this.
Goshen's runner almost blew a tire. He mentioned that the bank turns here. And that's what let Brownsburg kind of stretch out that lead a little bit more before Carmel's Rosas with a great anchor run there for the Greyhounds to get them into second place after they've been pretty much in third here for the majority.
Yeah, she's an 18-foot long jumper for the Greyhounds, and she's had a great track career, and that was one of her better splits, I think. That final leg to almost nip the Brownsburg Bulldog anchor.
So you get a look at North Central's Emerson Williams. As she waits and we're off. Make that Gabby Moore, the second leg for NC. Final heat of the girls 4x2. Time to beat Brownsburg's 143.66. North Central in lane 4 with an early lead. Lawrence Central trying to give chase here. To the handoff to the second leg. Clean for both. North Central set the record in this event 7 years ago. Anaya McKenzie, who's going to play basketball at UIC next year, in second place here for Lawrence Central. Part of their regional championship hoop squad a couple of months ago. Trying to track down their conference rivals of North Central.
Panthers really flying. They've had good handoffs.
Courtney Taylor with about an 0.8 of a second lead here over the Bears of LC. Anchor leg for the Panthers will be Athena Dixon. Brownsburg's time to beat 143.66. Can North Central and Athena Dixon track down the Bulldogs?
I like their chances. We'll see here.
A split of 25.31 there for Taylor. 114.65 at the line. And it's Athena Dixon with nobody near her at all around the last turn and trying to bring it home for North Central.
Stay disciplined, run through the finish line, and she did.
Dixon at a 1:39, and that breaks North Central's meet record set back in 2019 by just a couple of tenths of a second, by about 2 and change.
Oh, they had great handoffs, Rick. All of them were good. They just caught it in stride. Good for the Panthers. Nice race.
Lawrence Central in second. Pike takes third. And Brownsburg, again, depending on what happens with that potential disqualification for the handoff, currently sitting in fifth. But North Central and Lawrence Central back in fourth, and the Panthers break their own record. Congratulations to Emerson Williams, Gabby Moore, Courtney Taylor, and Athena Dixon for NC, winning the girls 4x2 relay and doing so in meet record time.
Young ladies were very excited, too. If you didn't get a catch of that, they were jumping up and down as soon as they saw that time. They had a goal, you could tell, of breaking their school records and the meet record here, the Hoosier State Relays meet record.
Today's coverage of the Athletic Annex Hoosier State Relays is brought to you by Ritchie Athletics. Ritchie Athletics, serving our home state of Indiana since 1962. We'd like to congratulate all the athletes that are competing in this year's HSR Indoor State Meet. We also want to encourage the parents, coaches, and officials who are helping make today a day to remember. We wouldn't be where we are today without you, but sometimes we all forget to say thank you. So thank you all. We wish you all the best.
I can tell you I used to drive to buy Ritchie pole vault pits because I had some pretty good pole vaulters when I was at Warsaw and Manchester, and I thought Ritchie was the best. So happy they're a part of this. They've done a great job of building that company too, doing other stuff just besides pole vault pits and high jump pits.
I forget one of the articles that we were reading in preparation for today. It might have been, I think it was the one that David Woods wrote in the Indianapolis Star a couple of days ago about how people are starting to kind of get an idea of how good the track and field athletes are here in the state of Indiana. Obviously, everybody knows about basketball and soccer and football and everything else, but now track and field's kind of coming out of maybe the shadows a little bit. And people are going, oh, there are some top flight people. We mentioned at those national championships a couple weeks ago back in Boston, really kind of putting their foot down a little bit.
Yeah, we had some outstanding winners besides Winders, who ran a 148.83 in the 800. Calvin Seitz from Springs Valley ran an 8:44.99 in the 2 mile. He's not running this afternoon for some reason, but we'll see him later on in the season. We talked about Barada, Bloomington South. She won at the Nike Nationals the 800 this year in 2:04.32. And she set our state indoor record back in February in New York in a meet, 2:03.02.
I like the spikes from Zion Clopton there for Harrison with the flashy Nike swoosh there for the running back for the Harrison football team. Fort Wayne Snyder, Plainfield, Noblesville, along with Harrison, Fishers, and New Albany. Your 6 teams here in heat number 1 of the boys 4x2. Early lead for Fishers, with New Albany currently in second. We apologize for not being able to bring you the names of our competitors. Our timing and scoring has gone dark for the brief moment, but we can tell you who the teams are at least. And a little bit of a slip there for our lead runner there for Plainfield and the Quakers. But Plainfield leads in Heat 1, New Albany second. Fisher's trying to hold on to third here with Noblesville and the Millers in the third position. And look at New Albany, had to stomp on the brakes there as he was really making some moves.
He got boxed out by the Quaker, but now he got past him, and here come the Bulldogs in the lead.
New Albany extending that lead. Noblesville in the second, Plainfield in the third, Fishers in fourth. Heat 1 of an electrifying 4x2 relay here so far out of the chute.
Again, it's a timed final, so this is the first of 4 we'll be running. So you're running against the clock, not just against your competitors. You'd like to be pushed by your competitors to get your best time, but there you have it. New Albany wins Heat 1 of the 4x200 meter relay.
Still waiting to get that final time in for New Albany, and you feel for those guys. 129.84. They are very pleased with their time, and they should be there. But you wonder how much faster they could have been if they didn't have their third leg. You have to get check up there in the middle of the last turn.
Got blocked out by Plainfield a little bit.
Today's coverage of the Hoosier State Relays presented by Coron's Manufactured Homes. We want to let you know about a special deal our friends at Coron Homes are offering this spring. If you aren't familiar with Coron's, they have the nicest manufactured home communities in Indianapolis that have been family-owned and operated since 1955. All their communities are on the east side of Indianapolis in the city of Lawrence. This spring, they're offering a free carport added onto the purchase of any new home in their 55-plus neighborhood, Briar Creek, and over $8,000 value. This community is a great option for folks looking to simplify and downsize their home while upgrading their quality of life. For more information, check them out at coronhomes.com. That is COHRON homes.com. Give them a call at 317-897-1043 or go see them in person at 9623 Pendleton Pike.
Girls high jump has started. I'm just watching some of the action here while you were making that read. The girls high jump has started. I think the boys high jump has started. Pole vault has started. So all the field events now underway. We'll get you some results and some shots here during the early afternoon here at the pavilion.
Again, pole vault for the boys starting at a height of 13 feet 3 inches was the minimum qualification. So they're going underway. There's a look at the shot put just behind our broadcast location here on the track.
This is a spinner, I can tell. Someone that spins. Either slide or you spin. 1, 2, 3. Kept his hand inside. Any part of your body leaves that ring. You always have to exit the back of the ring, but any body part that leaves that ring during the attempt is a scratch or a disqualification of that attempt.
That was Mason Downey of Huntington North. You saw Quinn Walters getting ready to step in, the sophomore from Bloomington North. Here in Heat 2 for the 4x2, again, our timing and scoring went down, so we can't tell you the individual competitors, but the teams. Lane 1, Bloomington North. Lane 2, Ben Davis. Lane 3, Carroll. Lane 4, Bloomington South. Lane 5, Evansville Harrison. And Lane 6, Homestead. New Albany won Heat 1 with a time of 1 minute, 29.84 seconds. So that's what our teams are shooting for here in the second heat. Homestead in lane 6, an early lead. Almost ran into our broad. Almost had a Homestead runner landing in our laps here on the second leg. Good second lane here from Bloomington South. Evansville Harrison in third place here in heat number 2. Harrison able to pass Homestead on the outside, and then a little bit of traffic there. Bloomington North having to dance around the second runner for Homestead.
And North now in fourth.
Evansville Harrison trying to hold on to second here for Homestead. Out front, though, coming around Bloomington South. We did get their names, so it's Killian May handing off to Khalik Aku. But he's got some pressure here from Evansville Harrison. Second heat of the boys 4x2. Bloomington South on the lead. Evansville Harrison trying to nip him at the line here again. Time to beat, 1 minute, 24.84 seconds.
Oh.
The Bloomington South runner slips. That's a coup.
Oh, and he just finished. He fell right before the finish line. Dadgummit, he just fell right before the finish line, and when he did, he couldn't get across before every team had passed him. Boy, they had a good race going, too. They ran really hard. That was a tough one.
Your heart breaks for Khalik Aku right there. As you mentioned, Pete ran a wonderful race. And we'll see this kind of blows a tire here coming to the very end. This got tripped up a little bit.
I just feel like he felt like here came that runner from Harrison. Harrison, was it?
Yep, Evansville Harrison.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Just tried to give a little bit too much and just lost his balance and fell, and a tough break here.
Today's coverage of the 2026 Athletic Annex Hoosier State Relays presented by Insurance Management Group. Life is a race, and Insurance Management Group is here to champion your dreams on and off the track. Just like those lightning-fast track stars, we've got the speed and agility to tailor insurance plans to fit your needs. We understand life's twists and turns so you can focus on breaking records and chasing dreams. From health to home, we've got your back. Insurance Management Group, your journey, our commitment. Get ready to race with confidence. And our timing and scoring has returned. So we can tell you the team of Evansville Harrison's DeAndre Sanders, Richard Hilaire, Dawins Atime, and Micah Roebling are the ones that have got Evansville Harrison on the top spot right now through 2 heats. Heat 3, Lane 1, New Haven. Lane 2, Chesterton. Lane 3, Maryville. Lane 3, Carmel. Lane 4, North Central. And Lane 6 is Westfield.
When you look at this, you see the heat number, but again, New Haven 1, Chesterton 2, Maryville 3, Carmel 4, the Panthers and North Central 5, and the Rocks 6. Yeah, you had 2 threes there when you read it. And I see how it happens because the way our timing is and our –
it goes heat and then lane.
Yes. Yeah, there we go. All good.
They're the champions of the girls 4x2. We mentioned North Central in that record time. And Brownsburg has been dropped, so they did not.
No, they're there.
Oh, they're right there, yep.
Yeah, there they are. So Brownsburg did end up placing in it, but outdoor season-wise, I think it would have been a DQ just because the runner was not on the track. But I think indoors is a little bit different because it's so tight. They ran a great race, don't get me wrong, but the handoff just kind of scared me. They can end up getting 5th, as we can see, and they're not real happy. They weren't real happy with their efforts. They're the first ones to leave. I think they had goals of winning that race.
But the North Central ladies very excited. You can see their excitement as they break their own school record from 7 years ago.
And the Hoosier State Relay record.
Yep.
Yeah.
And here is heat number 3 with the North Central boys in lane number 5.
New Haven in lane 1. Their boys basketball team will be playing in the IHSA state finals for 3A competition tonight.
Westfield out front. This is Mason McCrae. Caden Gearhart on the second leg for the Rocks.
He'll be cutting in. You'll see him right there. Get to cut in, see if he can hold off. He does.
Garland Davenport trying to hold off Cal Wisniak of Chesterton for second place here in Heat 3.
Starting in lane 6 is really tough because you think you're ahead, but yet when you start to cross over the 4 other lanes to get to lane 1, you may not be. Uh-oh.
Oh, look at the leaping from Weston Moore, hopping over Davenport of North Central after he tripped. The Panthers in front with Jonathan Johnson. Westfield's Logan Tuck. They're trying to track him down. But North Central handoff to the anchor leg, Demetrius Averett, their starting wide receiver from the football team this past fall. Averett with the lead. Reed Wallerstead will have to track him down here in Heat 3. 129.55, the current lead for Evansville Harrison. Averett in first, but here comes Wallerstead for Westfield. Averett trying to hold him off. Wallerstead with a good finish.
Oh, wow. Got
Westfield
him. Yeah.
at the line.
What a close one.
He and Averett were neck for neck, and Averett just gets him by a whisker. And that puts the
finish.
Panthers in front with a 129.28.
Held him off. What a great race. Great finish here. And again, it's a time final, but so right now you've got those first 2 teams in the lead of the boys 4x200 meter relay. North Central 129.28, Westfield 129.53. Carmel third in that race and 4th overall now as you condense the times to 129.79.
And that puts Evansville Harrison still in third after winning the second heat.
These teams come in with the fastest time, so we'll see if they can uphold it. And we've not seen Monshawn Sales. We talked about this. He should be running for this 4x100 or 4x2.
Yep, he'll be the second leg here for Lawrence North.
Well, he's scheduled to be. Yep,
scheduled to be.
I see him on the track. Let's see what happens. Pulled up in the 60-meter dash earlier this morning in the trials.
It'll be him Xavier Wilson, Breck Mallory, and Ethan Abdul Rahim, the 4 competitors for Lawrence North, who came in with the 6th fastest time. Franklin Central with Rylan Hangy, Dylan Keck, Dennis Mitchell, and Jeff Snell, your fastest qualifiers in lane 5. Warren Central in lane 6, they were the 2nd fastest qualifiers. Brownsburg in lane 4, Lawrence Central in lane 3, Hammond Morton in lane 2, and as you mentioned, the Wildcats of LN in lane number 1.
Well, we haven't mentioned Evan Williams for a while of Lawrence Central. He'll be running in this relay. What an outstanding day he's had so far. He's won the 60-meter dash and the 60-meter hurdles, both in meet record times.
Yep.
How about that?
So you have some real superstars out here in the 4x2, and now Rylan Hangy, talking with our officials, you can see him right there on the right side of your screen. He's listed as the leadoff runner here for Franklin Central.
Well, he's holding the baton like he intends to go out there, but.
And you can see his teammate in the right corner of your screen kind of saying, I need the baton, and then on the other side of that, you have Evan Williams turn around and waving to the folks in the stands. I guess when you win 2 meets and you set two meet records, you can kind of be a little bit more loose here just past noon. So again, it sounds like that's the confusion, is Hangy's got the baton in his hands, and he's listed on our timing and scoring as the first runner for Franklin Central here in the final heat of the 4x2. If you're a coach in this situation, what are you trying to convey to your athletes? They're obviously warmed up. They're ready to go. There's a timing and everything. Well, he might have a cut on his finger potentially.
Yeah, they got the trainer. That's why Hangy is still in the infield and not on the track leading off and getting attended to by the trainers here as we look at one of the Bears in this relay.
That's Santana Ector, the leadoff man for LC. Yeah, good to see Rylan Hangy even competing this lane today. We mentioned he pulled up well ahead of the finish line for the boys' 60-meter dash, and Hangy making his way towards the blocks. Again, 3-turn stagger start, and that's why Hangy was kind of farther away from his teammate Dylan Keck, who was back beyond it before the entranceway to the first turn, kind of wondering, well, trying to figure out what was exactly going on.
We got Evan Williams going to lead off for Lawrence Central, even though we thought that it was going to be Santana. Oh, no, yeah, that's right. He's running second. That's right, running second.
So you get Monshin Sales and Evan Williams in your second leg. Woo.
Wow. This should be a fast one. Not like the other ones weren't. Don't get me wrong, but wow. Got some premier, some of the best in the nation running in this 4th heat of the 4x200 meter relay.
Meet record set by Bishop Chatard a year ago in their championship winning time of 1:27.19 seconds.
They'll be running this afternoon. They're a 3A school in football.
So here is Rylan Hangy. Has the lead for Franklin Central. Warren Central almost ended up in our laps as Braden Jake hands off to Kamari James.
Great opening leg for the Flashes by Hangy. But boy, the 2 fastest guys after Hangy probably, here they come, coming after him.
Sales laboring a little bit. Williams on the handoff for LC. Still in front, Franklin Central with Dennis Mitchell to the front. Brownsburg with Emmanuel Armstrong in second place, but Franklin Central leaving everybody in their wake, with Jet Snell waiting to run the anchor leg here for Franklin Central. They need to best North Central's time of 1:29.28 seconds. Jet Snell in first, but Jackson Pearson trying to track him down on the back straightaway.
Boy, I thought he had him for a while there, but once he got to the curve, the Flash picked it up.
Snell's got some time. He's going to have to make it tight at the line. 1:26. Jet Snell pumped and he does so in meet record time. Franklin Central wins the boys 4x2 with a 126.56.
Gosh, what a great, great time. You know, you had all those outstanding individuals that were on teams in this relay, but Franklin Central as a group of foursome did a great job of putting that time together. Meet record time for the Flashes.
Snell's time, 21.86 seconds.
Not bad. Top three teams in this final event, or as you put the final totals together, all came from this last race. Franklin Central, Brownsburg, and Warren Central.
Whew, you gotta catch your breath after that. Goodness. Our fourth or fifth record that has fallen here today. You saw Evan Williams for Lawrence Central has two of them to his name today in the sprints earlier, in the 60-meter dash and the 60 hurdles. You can see Rylan Hange there holding his ribs. It has been a tough day for one of the true high school track superstars in the country.
Well, he looked so good in the trials. He eased up in the trials, broke the record in the trials, but then had the record broken then in the finals by Evan Williams. We have two relays coming up. We got the girls' distance medley that'll be next on the track, then the boys' distance medley. And then our final event of the day, running-wise, will be the girls' 4x400 meter relay and the boys' 4x400 meter relay. And there you see the long jumpers on the podium getting their awards. I'm going to switch over here on my laptop and get you we're looking at
Jeremiah
Young. I remember him last year in the outdoor state finals. 23 feet, 11 and a half inches, the winning leap, as we take some highlights. Take a look at some highlights, I should say.
That's a new meet record.
Rashawn Snow, the first one we saw there. The Maryville Pirate right there. David Detweiler.
Yep.
Alan Broadnax in third. Here comes Nathan Vaughn, who is their runner-up. And then again, and you got Frankie Young Jr. that holds the state record from Kokomo, so it's pretty cool that Jeremiah Young wins it here indoors, but with a leap of 23.11 and a half inches. Vaughn second with his effort of 22.10 and a half. Broadnax third, 22.6 and a half. Indoors, that's pretty darn good, Rick. Just a hair delay here as we.
And looks like they're gonna do the boys 4x2 awards here as well. That's what the hold up is here for the girls DMR. And for those unaware, it's essentially four different races merged into one here, the distance medley relay.
Right.
Actually, we're going to get her going here.
Get the start right now. Here we go.
So your teams in the first section of the girls distance medley relay: Carroll, New Palestine, Warsaw, Noblesville, Westfield, Munster, Penn, East Noble, Bloomington North, Crown Point, North Central, and Hanover. Homestead set the meet record in this event 2 years ago. And Bloomington North with Hayden McGuire trying to edge her way to the front. Currently sitting there in second place. As you have Hanover Central, who is the slowest qualifiers in this event, but out front right now with Alyssa Cornejo. So Cornejo and Hanover Central in the lead. Bloomington North's Hayden McGuire sitting there in second place. But a pretty good pack here to start things off for the Heat 1 or Section 1 of the girls' distance medley relay.
Yep, pretty good start. Just been trying to catch up on some of the field event numbers that are coming into us. And we can't show it to you live because some started early and some are right now in the middle of the infield, and we've been attentive to all the races going on once the races started today. But
Penn Sharia Nayi was in third, now makes her way into second, with East Noble's Johanna Carpenter slotted back there in third. Your leader from Bloomington North, Hayden McGuire, with a nice lead here heading into the last turn. She gets close to wrapping up the 1200 portion of the DMR. Ney has closed the gap.
And Penn's in the lead. Ney's taking the lead now.
How would you try to coach this, Pete, back in your coaching days? Obviously, we mentioned 4 events combined into one, the 1200, the 400, the 800, and the 1600.
It's a neat one. You only see it typically at relay-type events, obviously, and usually indoors, this distance medley relay. It's a neat one. It takes 4 people who are really good in one specific event. Like, you can have 4 great 3,200-meter relay runners, but if you don't have someone that can cover that 400 or that 800, your distance relay team's not going to be very good, because you've got to have that person that can just run 2 laps in here for that 400 and keep your team in it, or even extend that lead out. At the same time, you can have a great 1,600-meter runner or a 1,200-meter run like we're seeing the first exchanges, and you can lose that lead just like that because you have no one that's fast. So
this is Ella Neuenschwander, and you see the pace picking up significantly here for the 400. Again, as Pete mentioned, just 2 laps here around the 200-meter course. Then it'll go to the 800, and then we'll finish with the longest distance of the DMR, the 1,600, to close it out. But Penn with a healthy lead here, thanks to Ney running the 1,200. And again, this is Neuenschwander running the 400 for Penn, the Kingsmen.
Always a good, solid program up at Penn. Typically the leaders in the Northern Indiana Conference when it comes to track and field. Didn't used to always be that way. The old days of South Bend Adams and South Bend Riley having some really good track teams, but of late Penn has been the cream of the crop in a lot of sports in the Northern Indiana Conference, the NIC.
Bloomington North second, Carroll in third as we move our way to the 800 portion of the girls DMR, heat number 1.
Westfield 4, East Noble looks like it's in 5th.
Ariana Ballanang running the third leg here for Penn. She's starting to catch up to the back of the field. Bloomington North's Penny Eads running the 800 here for Bloomington North. And for Carroll, it's Madeline Schroeder in third place, with Westfield's Gianna Ferrari in the 4th spot. If your last name's Ferrari, I think you kind of be a track and field runner, right? There's got to do something with speed.
I like that reference. That's a good one. Hopefully you're fast with the name Ferrari. You're not a fire hydrant like I was trying to run track.
Say Johnston wasn't barreling any speed records either.
Yeah.
So
Penn still in the lead. Bloomington's North second. They've kind of stretched it out. They're the only 2 probably that have any chance of placing overall with their times in this first race of the time final of the distance medley relay.
quick look at the team scores, by the way, with a little bit of time here in the DMR through 8 of 11 events. Carmel trying to win their 4th in a row. They currently have a 5.5-point lead over Whiteland. Brownsburg in third, North Central in fourth, Maryville in fifth on the girls' side. On the boys' side, through 6 of 11 events, Franklin Central leads Carmel by 6 points. Brownsburg's in third, Bloomington North and Lawrence Central and Warren Central all tied for fourth on the boys' side.
Cougars of Bloomington North making up a little ground on Penn. Want to keep our eye on that. We may have a pass coming up here before they get into that turn. There you see the runner.
Say Penny Eads coming out of your screen, onto your screen, and trying to get by Ballenang, and she does, heading into that last turn. And now for the longest run of the DMR. And it's Lila Childers to try to bring it home here for Bloomington North. Anchor leg for Penn is Lila Van Hovelen.
And as Rick mentioned, this is 1,600 meters, so your traditional mile coming up here for the final runners.
Childers has got some pressure from Van Hovelen. 7 to go here at the line. Here of Heat 1 of the girls' DMR. As Penn regains the lead thanks to Van Hovelen. Remember, you're running the time. As Bloomington North and Childers try to answer here on the back straightaway. Penn and Bloomington North have been 1-2, and they have left third place well behind them. Again, that North Central runner has been lapped, but it's Van Hovelen for Penn, or Hovland for Penn, and Childers for Bloomington North. Three through 7, a nice pack. About 20 or 40 meters behind your top two right here. With Van Hovelen for Penn and Childers for Bloomington North.
Stride by stride right now. So it'll come down to, can you stay stride by stride with your opponent? And when it gets to that last 200 to 100 meters, who's got the strongest kick? Bloomington North's going to take a little bit of a lead here now, Rick. Almost making me think maybe she doesn't have as good a kick as the Penn girl. We'll see.
Westfield and Noblesville, step for step, fighting it out for third here in heat number 1. But it's Childers to the front. 4 to go this time by. Noblesville with Ainsley Applegate into third place here for the Millers. That's East Noble and their anchor leg of Chloe Gibson. You can see them in the back of the screen there. They've moved up to fourth place, but again, it's been Bloomington North and Penn 1-2 in some way, shape, or form here for the majority of heat number 1 of the girls' DMR. And that lead growing here for Lila Childers. 3 more laps to go. 1 more heat left. Bloomington North trying to post the time to beat.
She's not breathing very hard either, so she's got plenty left here to hold off, I think, the Penn girl.
Van Hovelen, the anchor for Penn, is trying to keep eyes on Childers, but she is just stretching that lead out.
Well, now you've got to also start focusing again, as we've said over and over. I'm sorry to keep saying it, but just to remind you, this is a time final. So don't just get in that mode like, okay, we're going to win this. I got a big lead. You're running against the other relays, so you've got to stay focused mentally on the fact I got to get the best time I can. It's not just about winning this relay. It's getting the best time I can. She's settled in pretty nice, Rick.
So you can see Childers' teammates in the upper right-hand corner there.
Yeah.
You can see it. They've been encouraging her in lane here in the first turn. How important are her teammates trying to remind her of what you just said, trying to keep her knowing, hey, we're running against the clock, not everybody else.
Indoor is more difficult because you can only be in one spot because all the other stuff going on in the infield. I used to plant athletes in other spots of the track just when they came past them. That's the only place they get a chance, as you're seeing right now, encouraging them and telling them, you're running against the clock. We're going to win this race. You're running against the clock, though. Finish strong, and she has had a great leg.
Bell lap for Childers. Luca Fagans, Penny Eads, Hayden McGuire set her up. And Lila Childers
Here comes her kick.
has just been leaving everybody behind her. A little bit of a grimace here for Childers, trying to bring this thing home for Bloomington North and post a time to beat here in heat number 1. Her teammates cheering her on here from the first turn. And Childers across at about 12:26 and change, 12:26.47. The official time here for Bloomington North.
That's going to be close. When I say close, when we put together the other relays times. That was a good race, though, very good race. They're very happy.
It would be towards the back end of the first group of qualifiers, or the faster qualifiers here in heat number 2.
Penn held on by 2 seconds for second in that relay, followed by East Noble. First time we've called the Knights today, I believe. Noblesville in 4th and Crown Point 5th so far.
I appreciate East Noble. They've got the bright colors on the front of the jerseys. It makes them very easy to spot whenever they compete.
They are. Pride of the east side of Noble County. Kendallville, Rome City.
Today's coverage of the 2026 Hoosier State Relays are presented by MF Athletic Everything Track and Field. We're still more of everything than ever. We have the track and field brand you need or want, with everything backed by our famous 100% satisfaction guarantee. We're proud of our same-day shipping policy, backed with a team of track and field experts to advise and make suggestions, all with sensible low prices. You'll be more than pleased with our people, our pricing, and our selection. Contact us today at 1-800-556-7464 or visit us online at everythingtrackandfield.com.
As the first relay group leaves the track, our second group comes out for our distance medley relay, the DMR as some refer to it.
And your 12 teams competing here in heat number 2. Lake Central, Homestead, Carmel, Columbia City. Those are your top 2 qualifiers, Carmel and Columbia City. Bloomington South, Avon, Zionsville, Franklin Central, Greenfield Central, Harrison, Fishers, and Floyd Central.
Take a look at the 4 teams right there that will run the first stagger on the curve here of this distance medley. First runner will run 1,200 meters to lead off for their team. So the teams you're just looking at were already up in the corner. You can see them come down, so obviously they'll be first in your camera, but that doesn't mean they're first in the race.
Your fastest qualifiers, Carmel finished 3rd of those New Balance Championships in Boston, a time that was faster than the indoor record of 12 minutes, 7.36 seconds. Their qualifying time, Pete, was almost 20 seconds faster than the meet record.
I like their chances, as long as they don't drop the baton or something like that, but that's why we run the race. Bloomington South in the lead. They led them in that earlier race today in the 4x800, I think it was. South led for a lot of that race.
And a lot of the same faces you saw in that one as well. Lexi Kolbaum, the leadoff runner here for Bloomington South. They also had a qualifying time that was faster than the meet record. They, Carmel, and Columbia City, the top 3 qualifiers in this event, all faster by at least 6 seconds than the state meet record. So a good chance that record's going to fall here in this DMR. And Larkin Taylor, who's the anchor leg of the earlier relay for Carmel, starting it off here for the Greyhounds. So two real high-level competitors here between Taylor and Kolbaum.
Well, the strength Carmel also, then you're going to have Gabby Grande Rosas run second in that 400. We saw how fast she was earlier in her race. Got Katie Oshimura running third and Sadie Foley. Those are all champions in their own individual events, so it'll be a challenge for any of these schools to stay up with Carmel eventually. But we'll see. Right now, Bloomington South doing a great job. Bloomington High School South right there.
You got to think for Lexi Kolbaum, she was on that Bloomington South 4x800 record team a year ago that just watched their record fall to Carmel, trying to keep the Greyhounds back there behind them in second. Again, if you're just joining us, girls Heat 2 of the DMR, 1,200, 400, 800, 1,600, the order of your four legs here today. Inside this beautiful facility, the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion. Ever since it's been open, it's been having a lot of fast runners and talented field athletes occupying it throughout the school year, and then also welcomes some prize swine during the state fair during the summer months. A true multi-purpose facility if I've ever seen one. Taylor and Kolbaum stretching out the lead. Kolbaum for Bloomington South, Taylor for Carmel.
Class of the field is they're going to run around towards the pole vault pit. Just to let you know, the boys pole vault is up to 14 feet right now. So if you do catch that bar, it's at 14 feet.
Teams that went 1-2 in the 4x800 meter relay as Taylor takes the lead here for Carmel. With 15 to go, 14 at the line. Taylor with the big kick. Kolbaum trying to track her down.
Kolbaum staying right with her.
Good fight back here from Lexi Kolbaum. First runners for the girls' DMR coming back to the start-finish line. It'll be Mary Asplin for Bloomington South, and for Carmel, they'll send out Gabriela Grande Rosas.
Oh, Grande Rosa almost got overtaken on the handoff. But Asplin kind of backed off, and we've seen her speed before. Stretching that lead out for the Greyhounds.
A lot of the same faces that went 1-2 in the 4x8 here in the girls' DMR for both Carmel and Bloomington South. And after it was step for step early, Rosas has opened up a big lead here over Bloomington South and Mary Asplin. This is the 400 portion. So just 2 laps here, then it'll set the stage for the third leg in the 800. And Carmel will hand off to their superstar, Caitlin Oshimura. Bloomington South, no slouch with Jasmine Mortoglio. But Oshimura, a big-time lead here for the Greyhounds halfway through her first leg. Time to beat from Bloomington North was 12 minutes, 26.47 seconds. But as we mentioned, the top 3 qualifiers here in this heat, all faster than the meet record by at least 6 seconds. Carmel was better by 21 seconds.
Well, and they're proving it right now. Oshimura, the Ohio University recruit, or commit, I should say, in the lead and just found her pace. Keeps her head so solid. That is such an important characteristic of a distance runner. Not having that head bobble too much. Indoors a little bit different because you're running a tighter oval.
Had a little bit of a grimace there coming across the start-finish line.
He's got a 1600 left by the anchor.
That'll be Sadie Foley,
yeah.
yep. Again, all four competitors that just broke the meet record and won the state title in the 4x8 have all returned here for the DMR, as Oshimura slowing down a little bit here into the final turn. And now into the front stretch for her last lap here, but she's really starting to labor a little bit. We'll see if that can help out Jasmine Mortoglio, trying to close the gap on first place.
Now she's stretching out even more, Rick. I know she's grimacing a little bit, but she's stretching out even more.
So Oshimura's lead growing for Carmel. Sadie Foley to run the 1600 leg of the girls' DMR, as this Carmel distance group trying to break their second meet record of the day, and Foley has got 8 laps ahead of her. Bloomington South will take the baton in second. We will step aside. We'll go picture in picture. You won't miss a second of the action here as we get into the final stages of the girls' DMR. 1600 on the track right now.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
Visit us today and find out why more drivers choose us for their next Cadillac.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support
Carmel's been in the lead. It was a lot bigger. And then Sadie Foley's now gotten some competition from Bloomington South's Ellie Barada. These have been the top 2 teams in this entire relay so far. Carmel broke Bloomington South's meet record and won the girls 4x8 relay earlier. Bloomington South trying to answer, and they're going to pass here on the backstretch here from Ellie Barada with a lap and a half to go, and now she's stretching it out here over Foley.
Boy, they have had a great race, and Barada has made up a lot of distance on the outstanding Foley.
Barada waited her time, makes the move with a lap and a half to go into the bell lap. Can Foley try to track her down here, or will Bloomington South potentially break the meet record? They've got 40 seconds of the good to do so. They might smash this thing and take home the state title to boot.
Well, before the break, we were talking about Carmel, probably the likely one to do it, but Sadie Foley didn't have it in this race, and Barada has. Wow. Can't wait to see what her split is when we get the final results up.
The meet record, 12 minutes, 7.36 seconds. Barada and Bloomington South are going to smash that record and win the state championship with a sub 12-minute time here today. 11:52.50, 15 hundredths of a second, or 15 seconds better than the old meet record. Easy enough for me to say.
But both teams ran their heart out. Just not sure Sadie Foley was at her best, quite frankly, because you don't see her lose leads too much. Happens to be her 18th birthday today also, Rick. So tough finish for her in that race, but Bloomington South, excellent job by the Panthers.
And the team of Kolbaum, Asplund, Martoglio, and Barada very happy right there. Again, the old record, 12 minutes, 7.36 seconds. You see our last competitor there for Fishers and Caitlin Hawkins finishing strong at the finish line. But an almost 15-second better record. And Carmel broke the record as well, finishing in second place here today.
I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Kenya Leach ran a great anchor for Columbia City to get the Eagles into third place there, ahead of another Eagle, Zionsville, who finished fourth, Lake Central fifth. As you put the times together, Avon sixth, Floyd Central seventh. You saw Homestead team was pretty happy, finished eighth in a time of 12:25. There you see our results there.
For the champions, Bloomington South, and a new meet record time. First sub 12-minute girls distance medley relay, and they get it by 11 minutes, 52.50 seconds. It was Carmel and Bloomington South for the girls 4x8 relay. Carmel broke the Bloomington South record, and the DMR, Bloomington South, able to best Carmel and break that meet record here in the distance medley relay.
Heading to the boys now. Two races in there, distance medley relay.
Competitors here in section number one of the boys DMR: North Central, Pike, Franklin Central, Homestead, Ben Davis, Mount Vernon, Westfield, Greenfield Central, Terre Haute South, Concord, Goshen, and Center Grove.
And just to remind you how we got here, qualifiers consist of the top 24 in all track events in the preseason here, the long jump and the shot put, and they took the top 18 in the high jump and the top 12 in the pole vault. Boys pole vault competitions going on. Both the high jump competitions are going on, and it looks like the shot put has concluded. So we'll get you some results here of those field events as time allows us to. We've still got plenty of action here, even though we're down to our last two relays per se, one boys, and then we've got a boy and girl relay. Here's the final 4x400 meter relay. We'll follow this DMR, and there's the teams that just completed the girls DMR. All look pretty happy. Can't say that. We've seen some disappointed teams on the relay, on the award stand tonight or podium, but all those look pretty happy today.
Champs in the middle, Bloomington South's Lexi Kolbaum, Mary Asplund, Jasmine Mortoglio, and Ellie Barada, who ran that anchor leg beautifully. and close the gap after Carmel had a sizable lead. Barada comes through and gets Bloomington South the girls DMR state championship in record time. So here we go, heat 1 of 2 on the boys DMR. Double waterfall start, 2-turn stagger. And we are off here for our final DMR competition today, heat number 1.
Got a chance to see Concord take the lead. I want to congratulate Dave Preheim, the athletic director, who announced his retirement up at Concord. Great school up in Elkhart County, as they're one of the teams in this relay. Congratulations, Dave, on your years there with the Minutemen, as your team takes the lead at the break point temporarily.
That's Jack Yoder at the point.
Always enjoyed the Concord relays. They ended up naming that the Dale Kelly Relays. It was always a privilege and fun night to be up at Concord and have my track teams up there running in that event.
Terre Haute South slotting into second place.
Greenfield Central in the lead.
That's Braylon Mumma.
Braylon Mullins?
No, Braylon Mumma.
Braylon Mullins?
Close.
Watched him play last night for UConn. The Greenfield Central native who is a freshman on the UConn men's basketball team. But this is Braylon Mumma.
He's trying to hold off Riley Lemke, the Homestead lead runner here. Again, the 1200, the 400, the 800, and then the 1600, the order of distances here in the distance medley relay.
Haven't talked about it for a while, but this is just such an outstanding facility. So blessed that these Indiana high school athletes get to host, have the athletic annex Hoosier State Relays in this pavilion. Other states would die for something like this for their kids to be able to run in.
Just a couple of years old, and like we mentioned, it's been a who's who has come through it here and competed, not just from the Indiana high school side, but you've had the Division II, Division III national championships have been here. The Big Ten indoor championships have been here. So a lot of top-level folks, including those from the Indiana high schools, have been able to compete on this inside this wonderful facility, both on the track and for all the field events as well.
Lemke takes the lead for the Spartans.
Homestead had the second fastest qualifying time of this heat. One more lap to go here for Lemke, then he'll hand off to Jack McMahon. Third place is where we find Goshen and Levi Schlegel. Mount Vernon and Pike trying to make up some ground here. Mount Vernon's Landon Dayhoff, a little extra push down the back stretch.
Well, he's grinding. He was hurting making that turn. Like, I got to get this baton passed to my teammate.
And Lemke does so to McMahon. Fresh legs for the 400, and Mount Vernon's come from 6th all the way up to 2nd as Cooper Hunziker trying to close that gap on first place Homestead and McMahon.
What's so unique about this relay is you go from kind of slow to fast. Even though it's a distance medley, the 400 meters is distance when you're running a 200-meter track.
Everett Bishop in third, but then the closing of both Concord and Goshen have now made this a 5-man pack as Concord's Bo Brunner rumbles down the backstretch trying to take the lead from Homestead's McMahon. Brunner slowed a little bit. That's allowed Everett Bishop of Greenfield Central to get into second.
Oh, this is a good one. 3-teamer now. Little tight on the handoff there. Little bump.
Homestead,
no
Greenfield
blood,
Central.
no foul.
That's right. Mount Vernon and Goshen have fallen back in 4th and 5th. As it's Branson Berkey leading the way here for Homestead. David Wasson for Greenfield Central. And Concord's Jackson Meyer. 1, 2, 3 here in Heat 1. This is the boys DMR. Third leg, the 800. Meyer trying to make a move into second place. We mentioned a lot today. Remember, they're not running, you're competing against, like you are competing against the competitor in front of you, but you're really running against the clock, particularly here in Heat 1.
You are in Heat 1 particularly, yeah. Heat 2, you finish top 3 or 4 or 5, you're probably in it. Get that gray area, 6, 7, 8.
Good leg from Meyer. Was in third and now has introduced himself and is run right by Berkey of Homestead. One more to go of this leg. Here for Concord's Jackson Meyer. And then Berkey of Homestead and Wasson of Greenfield Central. Mount Vernon's Logan Lockwood trying to make it a 4-man race here in heat number 1, but he's got some ground to make up.
Meyer's got a PR in the 1600 of 4:29.08, though he's running an 8 here.
And here's the anchor leg, and Concord's Jacob Hernandez takes off for the 1600. We'll step aside and come back with a finale and the final laps of heat number 1 of the boys distance medley relay. You're watching the Hoosier State Relays here on the ISC Sports Network.
The legend, Harry L. Gill, athlete, record holder, champion. Began coaching in 1902, winning 18 national titles. Dissatisfied with the equipment available for his athletes, a world-renowned track and field coach becomes a pioneer. Setting up a small workshop in 1918, he launched the Harry Gill Company. By 1922, his endeavor thrived, offering the only full line of track and field equipment. And by 1954, the name Gill is ubiquitous in track and field, producing 90% of all U.S. track and field equipment. Innovators in the sport of track and field, Gill Athletics continue to lead the industry.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to support our high school track and field athletes, coaches, teachers, and all of the community schools throughout Indiana. Congratulations to all the champions that have paved their way through the local and regional qualifiers to become participants at this year's Indoor Hoosier State Relays. This athletic contest showcases the very best in Indiana high school track and field competition, sportsmanship, and excellence found in every community and school throughout our state. We're proud to be the
So Megan Jackson Meyer actually running the anchor leg, and he's about to get caught here by Bryce Cotterman. During the break, it happened during the girls' DMR we stepped aside from. The commercial break has helped Greenfield Central's Cotterman take the lead with 2 laps to go here at the start-finish line. So Meyer just running out of steam here with 2 to go. Remember, Heat 1 of the DMR, so the time most important here for Greenfield Central, and Bryce Cotterman trying to put a nice one up on the board here.
Ran a strong leg of the 1600, run a real strong one.
They came in the 5th slowest of our 24 competitors, with a time of 10 minutes 42.28 seconds, but looking much better here with 1 to go here for Cotterman and Greenfield Central. You can hear his teammates cheering him on here. And now Jackson Meyer has got to keep the pike anchor leg of Francis Holohan off of his heels.
But no, Bryce Cotterman has really picked it up. He's got a great kick.
Smooth through the last turn for Cotterman.
Here comes Greenfield Central, going to challenge for second. They get out of the turn. Let's see what happens. But Cotterman, Greenfield Central gets the win here. Nice race.
They
Second,
take
third, here we come.
And Meyer trying to hold off Homestead. That was Jace Trevino. But how about Greenfield Central? They take 11, almost a little over 11 seconds off of their qualifying time to win heat number 1 here at the Hoosier State Relays.
Well, that's what you hope you peak when you get into a relay like this. It's early in the year, but they made a great stride compared to their last race or time they had.
So Greenfield Central has the time to beat. They beat Concord by about 6.5 seconds. So 10:31:01, the time up on the board. And the record of this event set back in 2019 by a Cathedral team that featured Olympian Cole Hocker.
I've heard of him.
He's done a couple of things, 1 or 2 or 5.
Cole has put Indiana track kind of on the map of lately, but I mean, got the silver in the 3,000 meters in last week's World Indoor Championships. Pretty darn good. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Addie Wiley also got bronze in the 800 last week at the World Indoor Championships. That's saying a lot. Addie had a great career running at Huntington North for the Vikings.
So the time to beat here in heat number 2 is the Greenfield Central time of 10 minutes 31.01 seconds. And here are the teams that'll be trying to best that time. Fishers, Columbus North, Noblesville, who is the fastest qualifier, Whiteland, the second fastest qualifier, Avon, the third fastest, Brownsburg, Hamilton Southeastern, Bloomington North, Harrison, Northridge, Carroll, and Carmel. Your 12 competitors in heat 2 of the boys' DMR.
For the teams here in this race from Hamilton County, they're very familiar with each other. Showed some good sportsmanship today in earlier races that they competed against each other. But you got to think Noblesville is going to be in this hunt. You think Fisher's has got to be in this hunt too. Never count out Southeastern and Carmel. Not in the distance race, and this is the distance medley relay.
A little bit of elbowing there in the back with William Watson of Whiteland. Seen his name earlier today as he gets jostled around a little bit. But it's Harrison's Jonathan King with the early lead here heading in to the second turn. Last turn, excuse me. Northridge and Brady Hicks sliding into second. We mentioned Carmel, one of the favorites, Carter Burr, leading it off here for the Greyhounds. So a tight pack early on here.
Getting ready to say the same thing, really tight. Got to be careful here a little bit here.
And interesting here, Bloomington North. The guy that closed their relay win earlier leads it off here in Caleb Winders right there, 8 in the middle of your screen right there, sitting in second. And then Fisher's Reese Torres just shoulders his way to the front, and he and Winders lead the pack.
Well, Reese has really cut Winders off a little bit right here, right in front of us. Winders is going to get outside, said, I don't want to get boxed in there. Seen that happen over the years of my 25 years of doing the PA after I stopped coaching track. Seen guys that just got boxed in and had enough left in these distance races, but they couldn't get out of the box. Winders right away made sure I'm not going to get boxed in by the Fishers kid.
And now he's back to the point here for Bloomington North. Fisher's falling back a little bit there with Torres falling back into fourth. How about Avon's Mitchell Ford into second place with Harrison's Jonathan King holding on to third. Winders has opened up a lead over the rest of the pack that's kind of broken itself up into two little mini packs behind Winders.
Well, you do training sessions, Rick. They're running a 1200. This isn't the normal race. I mean, Winders is as good as they get in the United States in the 800 here. So the 1200 is a little bit different, and you're running inside, so anything can happen here. But right now he's looking pretty strong. William Walker, though, we saw him earlier today.
Yep.
Guy can run also.
A really strong showing for Whiteland as they
Watson,
locked up.
I'm sorry, Watson. I said Walker, sorry. William Watson there in second place for Whiteland.
He's got some pressure, though. Noblesville, Isaiah Voss has come from the middle of the pack, and now Voss with some extra juice into the last turn as they get ready to hand off to the 400. Brody Arthur waiting for Bloomington North. Exchange with Winders, clean.
Yep.
And Noblesville's Jack Rush in second. Josh Jenkins the second and third for Fishers. We see our last four competitors heading through the first turn. There's Arthur in the lead for Bloomington North. Fishers with a nice run. Josh Jenkins the second up in that second slot. Avon Solyinka Kahandi trying to work his way out of fourth. With Rush in there at third place. But Bloomington North continuing to flex their muscles here in these distance relays. Brody Arthur with Jacob Mitchell, last year's champ in the 3200, waiting here.
Great leg by Brody Arthur. I have a feeling that's Jay Arthur's son, just may be a guess, the former IU track coach, because I see the two of them high-fiving each other on the track. Nice leg. Nice leg. Jay, one of the administrators of this meet, does a great job.
Bloomington North's lead starting to shrink a little bit as Mitchell takes a look over his shoulder. Noblesville's been threatening a little bit. Cooper Click there in third. He and Brady Fitzgerald step for step. Fisher's is Tiger in second.
Well, if Click can stay in contention, you've got Banner Barnes running the anchor, who's already won the 3,200 meter earlier in our meet.
Milo Bellaro for Northridge taking a peek out there in fifth. Bloomington North, Noblesville, Avon, Fishers, and Northridge, your top five. And that lead is starting to diminish here thanks to Noblesville's Cooper Click. We talked about how the Millers were hanging around a little bit. Well, Mitchell's got to get a little bit of a giddy up here because Click has got him in his sights. You see Mitchell taking a look over his
around, yeah.
Click has been coming for the last couple minutes as Click's teammates encouraging him down the back straightaway. But Mitchell has found an extra gear. Around the last turn, takes a peek. He's got Click in the distance, but those two guys are running their hearts out here to the anchor legs. Kalen Donofrio for Bloomington North, and Noblesville, as we mentioned, Banner Barnes, the champ from earlier today, and Barnes trying to make some quick work here. Before we take this commercial break, quick update on the team scores. 9 of 11 events through on the girls' side. Carmel leading by 11.5 points over Bloomington South. Whiteland in third, Brownsburg in fourth, North Central in fifth. On the boys' side, Franklin Central a 6-point lead over Carmel. Avon in third, tied with Brownsburg, and Bloomington North in fifth, along with Lawrence Central and Warren Central. We'll step aside and come back with the finale of Heat 2 of the boys' DMR. It's Bloomington North and Noblesville fighting it out here on your screen.
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
Visit us today and find out why more drivers choose us for their next Cadillac.
And it's right at the line. Bloomington North and Noblesville were right there neck and neck, and Bloomington North gets it by just a hair. 0.06 of a second over Noblesville. Dion Frio just holds off Barnes, who gave his all coming down to the line.
What a great finish by both Banner Barnes and D'Onofrio. Yeah, D'Onofrio with a great finish there. Wow.
10-12-52 the time for Bloomington North. Noblesville 10 minutes 12 seconds. .58.
Both teams 12 seconds ahead of third place Northridge. It's a big time race.
And then I see those two teams got out early, and then it was just who was going to try to hold on.
Yeah.
And D'Onofrio had his hands full with Barnes, so like you mentioned, won a state championship earlier today in that individual event in the 3200, but Bloomington North able to take home the state championship here in the distance medley relay. Again, the top 6 finishers all come from that second heat.
And look at the sportsmanship. You've got some of the best runners in the state that just competed the heck out of each other in Bloomington and Noblesville, and those teams come together. There's Whiteland. I mean, It's just a great thing. As we take a look on the straightaway, you can see they started their kick really strong in that curve. And D'Onofrio kind of pushes off just at the end. When I say pushes off to kind of guard that third lane there to make sure that Barnes can't get inside of him. And just what a great finish. That's why I love track and field, the competition level, and just it comes down to guts, and both those runners had guts. D'Onofrio just had just enough lead to hold off Banner Barnes.
And I think the other thing, Pete, that you mentioned that's also to be championed as well, and we've seen it throughout the entire day, is the sportsmanship between all of these athletes. They've been running against each other for years, and they know each other incredibly well, so obviously they are high-level competitors when the gun goes off, but when it's over, they're right there picking each other up or congratulating somebody else on a great race. It's been a real wonderful thing to watch here today inside the pavilion.
Which is not easy because you train so hard. You want to do so well. You train so hard to get that gold medal, to get that blue ribbon in a dual track meet. And just when it's over, it was just a race. And there's going to be more races after this. And I think that's why I appreciate Rylan Hangey when he got beat today in the hurdles.
Yeah.
Rylan's coming in arguably the well-noted guy, and he got upset. Didn't get upset or mad.
Yeah.
I mean, he got upset. On paper, it was upset, but obviously, I'm sure Evan Williams didn't think so. Evan Williams had a great day. If you missed our meet earlier, Evan Williams won both the 60-meter dash and the 60-meter hurdles, and just was a flying.
And the hurdles, remember, both he and Hangey broke the meet record in the prelims, and then Williams came back and bested it in the finals of the hurdles. And we mentioned the 60-meter dash. Williams won. Hangey was the first one to come over and congratulate him.
Right. That was very, very cool. So the relay teams are going to get their awards at the podium. And we've come to the final two relays, both 4x400-meter relays. The girls will be up first, followed by the boys. And in your outdoor season, that is your last meet your last event to end a regular track meet. On the outdoor season in Indiana is the 4x400-meter relay. And it will do the same here in our Athletic Annex Hoosier State relays. How's our team looking again? Want to give us an update again on the team scores?
Yep. Let me run through. I will do that in a minute. We're gonna read the names here of our top three finishers for the boys. DMR Northridge had Brady Hicks, Jaden Fisher, Milo Bolero, and Baylor Miller. Noblesville in second place, Isaiah Voss, Jack Rush, Cooper Click, Banner Barnes, and Bloomington North's Caleb Winders, Brody Arthur, Jacob Mitchell, and Kalen D'Onofrio.
Yeah, great job, fellas. 4 heats of this 4x400-meter relay to conclude the girls' track events. You see girls' high jump still going on. So we have one other event in the girls' meet. We'll get the totals of the teams. Rick will get you here in just a little bit after the start.
Your teams in the 4x4 Section 1. Lane 1, Franklin Central. Lane 2, Floyd Central. Lane 3, Brownsburg. Lane 4, South Bend Adams. Lane 5, Lawrence Central. And Lane 6, East Central. So with 9 of 11 events finished on the girls' side, Carmel still with an 11.5-point lead over Bloomington South. Whiteland in third, Brownsburg in fourth, North Central in fifth. On the guys' side with 8 of 11 events done, Bloomington North leads by 10. Avon is in second in a tie right now with Franklin Central and Carmel, a 3-way tie for second. Noblesville and Whiteland in there in fifth. So both teams that have won the most recent state championships. Carmel on the girls' side 3 in a row. Bloomington North on the boys' side 2 in a row. Trying to extend those streaks here today.
First handoff's about ready to take place.
South Bend Adams in the lead with Demaya Marsh. Getsamani Cruz second. Brownsburg Sierra Smith slots in second place, trying to track her down.
I remember when I was head track coach at South Bend Adams in 1983. The girls coach couldn't take the girls team to the state finals, so I had to take both the boys and girls team down there. Tessa Belps was an outstanding runner for South Bend Adams back in 1983. Placed fourth, I think, in the state in the 200-meter dash.
East Central's Lauren Huber making a charge into third place. Side note, Lawrence Central did not start, so just 5 teams competing here in heat number 1 of the girls 4x4. Handoff to the third leg upcoming, still South Bend Adams with Getsemani Cruz will hand off to Kyra Franklin.
Brownsburg's right there again.
And Brownsburg will take a step to the front with Demi Smith running the third leg here, with Floyd Central in third, with Adrian Jackson running this leg. Three laps to go, this time by. And Brownsburg in the lead with Demi Smith. First of 4 heats, like Pete mentioned, so like we've harped on all day, particularly in these first couple of heats, the stopwatch is who you're really running against. You're trying to put that time for everyone to go try to chase.
Everybody but that last heat. You're running against the clock. It's a timed finals. You're based on your heats on what your time was coming in, so obviously the last race will be the fastest teams that post times, but that doesn't always mean that you're going to win the race or have a chance. You know, you could get a medal from any of these relays too if you just bust one. And right now, Brownsburg's busting one.
Demi Smith on the handoff to Laney Janitis. South Bend Adams and Floyd Central 2 and 3.
Haven't called Floyd Central much today. Nice to see the Highlanders here with their 4x4 relay team.
Adeline Schultz, Agnes Hasler, and Laney Janitis, third to first for their respective schools, Floyd Central, South Bend Adams, and Brownsburg. And now you have Hasler trying to close the gap a little bit on the back straightaway here against Brownsburg's Janitis. So Gabrielle Carl and Caitlin Pettit, last 2 competitors on the track here. South Bend Adams starting to close the gap a little bit here with Hasler.
Here comes Floyd Central too.
Floyd Central's Adeline Schultz. Schultz has got second, trying to get first, and Adeline Schultz. What a close.
What a strong finish.
Take 3 seconds off of their qualifying time. And that is the time to beat, 4 minutes, 6.43 seconds. But Adeline Schultz, round of applause on that close.
Yep, great finish.
Today's coverage of the Hoosier State Relays is brought to you by I Want to Run. I Want to Run is a full-service timing and scoring company with 50 years of experience. That's right, they've been timing races since 1974. The I Want to Run staff are some of the most experienced and knowledgeable around, and previously were owners of the largest timing company in America. They do it all from IHSA high school and middle school cross country to NCAA Division I meets like the Big East, Horizon, and Crossroads Conference Championships, and road races big and small, including the Boston Marathon and several local 5Ks. They have the experience and the most modern equipment to make sure your race is scored accurately and flawlessly. Take a look at iwantorun.com. That's IWANT, the number 2, RUN.com, to see how to get your upcoming races timed by the best. Again, that's iwantorun.com for all of your timing and scoring needs.
A quick glance at the times of those splits of those 400s. Schultz finished with a 60.39 split. Looks to me like that is the fastest of anyone that ran in that first relay. A great finish for Schultz. Gives them the lead after one relay.
Your competitors in Heat 2 of the girls 4x4. Lane 1, Noblesville. Lane 2, Mount Vernon. Lane 3, Northwood. Lane 4, Warsaw. Lane 5, Fort Wayne Northrop. And Lane 6 is Homestead. And we're off in Heat 2 of the girls 4x4. Again, Noblesville lane 1, Mount Vernon lane 2, Northwood lane 3, Warsaw lane 4, Fort Wayne Northrop lane 5, and lane 6 is Homestead. Let's take a look at our highlights from the girls' shot put from earlier today. Let's get a look there at Center Grove's Lucy Burrell. Longest toss today, 39 feet, 1 1/4 inches. She finished in 8th today. It was Noblesville's Nyla Young, 39 feet, 11 1/4 inches. Then Harrison's Erin Cobble, 40 feet, 1 1/4 inches. She finishes in 6th. South Bend Adams' Samara Rouser, 40 1 1/2 feet. She finished in 5th. Emma Reyes, 4th from Lake Central. Lily George from Carroll. Here's Kiera Gunn, 41 feet, 1 1/2 inches from Whiteland. And your champion from Whiteland is Carly Von Dilligan. Von Dilligan, excuse me.
44 Southern Indiana name.
So Von Dilligan, 44 feet, 6 inches. And she had that on her very first attempt as Whiteland goes 1-2 in the girls' shot put.
It's impressive for the Warriors.
Always good to put your first toss out there on the get the longest one on the very first one out of the chute.
Back in our 4x400 meter relay, our final running event for the girls, it is Warsaw in the lead.
They're just about to be halfway home.
It's Finley Hummich.
Yep.
Running the second leg for the Tigers. Northrop, another orange and black team, coming strong. Orange and brown, actually, Northrop is. Sorry about that, Fort Wayne fans. Orange and brown.
So we're halfway home in Heat 2 of the girls 4x4. Remember, time to beat 4 minutes, 6.43 seconds, put up by Floyd Central in our first section. And here's the handoff to Danny Rastrelli. With pressure coming from Kamani Flippin of Northrop, and Noblesville's third leg is Sophia Shields. And Warsaw, a little less than a second lead over second place Fort Wayne Northrop.
Yeah, very good race. 3-horse race here, 3-team race. I like the ace in the hole for Northrop. They've got Ariane Washington running. We saw her earlier in the DM, the distance medley.
So she and the rest of the anchor legs make their way onto the track with one turn to go here for the third leg. Again, Warsaw in the lead. They've been in the driver's seat for the majority of this one, and now it's the anchor leg's turn to bring it home. Eden Metz, followed by Ariane Washington, but don't count out Alyssa Leahy of Noblesville. As second and third have now getting joined by the runner in fourth place. That's coming in from Northwood and Hannah Clyde. So it was once a 3-school race, has now become 4 thanks to Clyde into the bell lap. Clyde has made up a bunch of ground. Can she work her way to the front? Still, it's Metz.
Waiting to see when Washington is going to try to make her move.
Metz starting to stretch it out just a little bit. Clyde has lost a little bit of momentum, still slotted in there in fourth. Metz trying to hold off Washington. What time will Warsaw post here in the heat? Here comes Washington. That final kick coming to the line. Northrop's Ariane Washington.
Had a feeling.
Able to put the second fastest time, just getting Warsaw at the line.
She ran a 58.41 split. That is flying on an indoor track for 400 meters. Good job, Ariane, man, good race. Fastest of anyone in that relay, fastest split. Take a look at this finish again on a replay. She picked her time and she had plenty left going towards that finish line. A great race, don't get me wrong, great race by the Noblesville girl. That being Alyssa Leahy, but we're not the Noblesville girl, I'm sorry. The Warsaw girl. Yeah, Eden Metz, but Northrop in the lead after halfway through this 4x400 meter relay, halfway through. 2 more races left. Who we got in this one, Rick?
Third section, you'll find Westfield in lane number 1, Zionsville in lane 2, lane 3, Warren Central, lane 4, Cathedral, Bloomington South in lane 5, and the Arabians of Pendleton Heights are in lane number 6. We'll take a quick look at our girls long jump highlights from earlier today. And a lot of, there's Chloe Henderson, finished in 6th place today. That's Highlands Kennedy Stevens, 4th place, 17 feet 10 and 3/4 inches. Lila Conway from Floyd Central finished in 3rd. She got 17 feet 11 inches. The top 2 competitors able to eclipse 18 feet. Lydia Godsell from South Bend St. Joe, 18 feet 6 inches. And the champion, Eleanor Stevenson from Whiteland. They've been cleaning up in the field categories today. 19 feet 3.5 inches for Stevenson from Whiteland.
That's the big time this early in the year, 19.3. Wow. 19.3.5 for the Warrior. Congratulations, ladies.
And that'll take us back to the track for Section 3 of the girls 4x4 relay, our final running event of the day. So again, Westfield in lane 1, Zionsville lane 2, Warren Central lane 3, Cathedral 4, Bloomington South 5, Pendleton Heights in lane 6. 200-meter track, so 2 laps per competitor. With Hamilton Southeastern setting the meet record 2 years ago. Pendleton Heights in front thanks to Addison Stanley.
Boy, great 200-meter split for Stanley.
Lexi Colbaum back there for Bloomington South. Now moving her way into 3rd. We've seen Lexi a bunch of times today for Bloomington South in different relays. Mainly on the distance side, but a little bit more of a sprinter here today in the 4x4. She'll be joined by Mary Asplund and Ellie Barada, who helped win that DMR earlier today here for Bloomington South. Maya Jackson runs the second leg here for Bloomington South. Slotted in 3rd right now, Cathedral in 2nd, with Pendleton Heights still in front. This is Josephine Bell on the second leg here for the Arabians. Westfield making a late charge. McKenna Condon coming from 4th into 3rd and trying to pick off 2nd. And looking to get 1st here is Condon. Running that second leg. The Arabians have Pendleton Heights have been in the front. Now it's the Westfield Shamrocks thanks to McKenna Condon.
Got them all. Yeah, she's going to hand off to Sam Foster here. This Westfield team coached by Josh Horowitz, former student of mine. Glad to see him. He does a great job with the girls.
That explains why he answered my email back so fast about information on the team. I told him I was working with you.
And the Rock's in the lead. Here's Foster.
Cathedral's Maura McCormick handing off to Brooklyn Boland.
Actually, Shebeck's running 3rd, isn't she? Yep, there we go.
But Schubick's got some company, and now she finds Boland in front of her, and now Pendleton Heights' Grace Lee trying to take over 2nd place. One more lap to go here on this 3rd leg. A really good one here in Heat 3 as the Pendleton Heights back to the front.
Just keep going back and forth. Who wants to lead? Right now, it's the Arabians of Pendleton Heights.
Schubick and Westfield had the lead, but Grace Lee of Pendleton Heights had other ideas. She's opening up a healthy lead over Boland and Schubick. Anya Zeller, waiting at the start-finish line as she's trying to wave Lee in for that final handoff. Clean handoff to Zeller, anchor leg. Caitlin Eblin here for Westfield. Mary Leopard in there running the anchor for Cathedral, but it's a 2-woman race right now between Pendleton Heights and Westfield as Eblin trying to take the lead back.
Ellie Barada coming hard too in third place. Still with over 200 meters to go, about 250.
Remember, it was Barada that closed the DMR in record-setting fashion for Bloomington South earlier. Has got her work cut out for here in the third heat with Evelyn up front.
She got her. She's just figuring out when she's going to take her. There she goes in the backstretch.
And here goes Barada,
Yep.
a 2-for-1 special into the last turn of Heat 3. And if you need someone to close, you call on Ellie Barada for Bloomington South.
Made it look easy. Congratulations, Ellie. Had a great afternoon here at the pavilion. Her teammates aren't even giving her any love. Like, oh, did you win?
Good job. They're used to it by now.
Yeah, what took you so long?
First sub 4-minute time of the day, 3 minutes 59.09 seconds is the new time to beat. And it doesn't matter how far that young lady is back, Ellie Barada will close the gap and then pass you in the blink of an eye.
She ran a 56.39 in that split, fastest of anyone so far. Now they just hope their time holds up with the faster of the teams here in the indoor season coming in to run this last heat. And we've got a good North Central squad. We've seen them out here before. Julie Alano, the coach at Hamilton Southeastern, has a good squad in this race, anchored by Anissa Lamney. This is going to be a good one.
Your competitors in the final heat of the girls 4x4, Lane 1, Maryville. Lane 2, Columbia City. Lane 3, Fort Wayne, Bishop Dwenger. Lane 4, Carmel. And like Pete mentioned, Lane 5, Hamilton Southeastern. And Lane 6, North Central. Take a look at our highlights earlier today from the high jump for the boys. This is Warsaw's Miles Rager. Able to clear 6 feet, 5 inches. Next to Plainfield, Isaac Stead. Here's Jeremiah Jones-Murphy from Ben Davis. He finished in third today, 6 feet, 6 inches. Conrad Hayden of Fishers, second place, 6 feet, 8 inches. There's Jeremiah Jones-Murphy getting a lot of camera time for that 6'6" jump. Let's bump it up 2 inches. Hayden says, I can clear that. And Warsaw's Jordan Randall wins with 7 feet and a half inches. Yo!
Yeah, he's gone 7'2", so
that's light work.
Yeah, saw him last year. I never had any high jumpers quite that high when I was a track coach at Warsaw. Rick Fox jumped 6'7", former NBA star. He jumped 6'7" for me. I had Mike Shaw jump 6'9", but not 7'2" or 7 foot today as Mr. Randall. Congratulations.
And that is a new meet record by 1/4 of an inch. That Rick Fox guy ended up having a decent post-high school career.
Yeah, not in track and field.
No. In the other sport that you coach, that you analyze for us.
Yeah, pretty good basketball career. 3 NBA titles with the Lakers and NCAA Final Four with North Carolina. 24th pick in the draft by the Boston Celtics out of college. Not too bad, but
also hasn't aged a day in his life. Still looks like he did when he played.
And he was a state finalist in track, winning the Kokomo Regional at 6'7" back in 1986. I'm a wealth of useless trivia. Good start. We haven't had a false start all day. I don't want to jinx the boys coming up in this 4x4.
No pressure, fellas.
We just had one time in one of the hurdle trials that or the hurdle final, or the 100 or 60, one of the events early. He had them stand up and reset their blocks here.
Yep.
But otherwise, no false starts. Congratulations.
Your fastest qualifier, Lane 5, Hamilton Southeastern, but it's the second fastest qualifying team, the Panthers of North Central, with a healthy lead to start here thanks to Kaya Coleman.
Yeah, she's off to a great start. Someone needs to shorten that gap up on her. Things come back, though, usually in the handoffs, particularly in indoor, because the handoffs are not as defined indoors because of the ramping a little bit. And we already saw a situation with Brownsburg where we thought there would have been a disqualification. They give you a little bit more lee room. You know.
3 of the 4 competitors here in the 4x4 for North Central broke the meet record and won the girls' 4x2 earlier.
Good catch there. I was going to mention that. You beat me to it.
This is Athena Dixon.
Columbia City second, Carmel third.
Riley Myers and Kaylin Oshimura running another event here for the Greyhounds. At least that's who they have listed to run second. Looks like might be somebody different up there for the Greyhounds running in that second spot.
I'll tell you in just a second.
Dixon out front here for NC.
Sadie Foley.
Sadie Foley, yep.
Sadie Foley's back. Yeah, her birthday girl today.
So Foley celebrating her 18th birthday, trying to hold on to second place here against Chloe Sennefeld of Hamilton Southeastern, who's going to go to Iowa to run next year. But right now it is North Central's Athena Dixon with Gabrielle Moore waiting, but Sennefeld closing nicely here for HSE. Kalia McCarter. And it looks
Actually, we have both Foley girls running. Excuse me, because Sadie's running this third leg, but that's Molly Foley.
Molly.
Yeah, she took the place of Katie, as you mentioned. Was expected to run that second leg.
Kalia McCarter closing here for Hamilton Southeastern. Gabrielle Moore trying to hold her off.
McCarter, a rare athlete, also plays varsity softball. How about that? At a big high school. That's pretty impressive.
So the softball star trying to take the lead, looking to the outside here against Moore as we get ready for the bell lap of the girls 4x4. Time to beat 3 minutes, 59.09 seconds.
McCarter makes the first exchange, yep. Oh, we got Gabriela Grande Rosa in third.
And Gabriella can really come out of the blocks hot for Carmel. You can see her third on your screen.
This is going to be a great finish.
Emerson Williams, Anissa Lamy, step for step with Rosas waiting in the wings. 1 to go here in the girls 4x4. Hamlin Southeastern to the front thanks to Lamy. Can Rosas catch the top two as Williams starts to see Lamy stretch that lead out?
All three of them are flying, Rick.
Williams starting to lose a little bit of gas heading in to that last turn. Lamy with the lead. It was HSE and NC coming to the line here for the final 2 laps. It'll be the Royals of Hamilton Southeastern taking the final heat, and they will win the girls 4x4 in a time of 3 minutes, 56.21 seconds.
Wow, what a great anchor. Ran a 55.52 Anissa Lamy. Grande Rosa ran a 56.8, but just couldn't make up enough ground. Didn't get the baton quick enough to make up enough to win it. In North Central, second place. Emerson Williams ran a 57.1. So great race there. Great way to finish our girls' meet.
Taking a look at his last event to come through on the team standings as the men take their way to start the 4x4. I'd remind you that today's meet brought to you by Mac Designs. Mac Designs has been the provider of team uniforms, spirit wear, and custom t-shirts and apparel for 35 years. Local to Carmel, you can work directly with Mac Designs' experienced staff to find just the right garments and their on-staff artists to design your look just for you. Mac Designs has uniforms and apparel for all sports from all major brands, including Nike, Adidas, Under Armour, and New Era. With Mac Designs, you work directly with the people who make your order happen, not through a broker or middleman. The entire process is managed in-house from design to ordering to production, with the experienced staff making sure your order is perfect. Mac Designs will even set up a web store for your team or organization to select and pay for their teams at items at no additional cost to you. Reach out to Mac Designs today at MacDesigns2, that's the number 2.com.
Boy, what a fantastic race to end the girls' meet of our large state Hoosier State Relays. Athletic Annex, our sponsor, title sponsor. Appreciate them greatly. One more event in the boys. And the pole vault is still taking place. As I see the bar way up there. I'm going to look on my little laptop here and see how high that bar is. It's way up there. No, I haven't looked. I'm sorry.
Near the clouds.
Okay.
Your competitors in the first heat of the boys 4x4, New Albany, Bloomington South, Avon, Fishers, Pike, Homestead. Lane assignments 1 through 6.
That was Tucker Reed of Warsaw. He's coached by John Bizzoni, a former pole vaulter for me at Manchester High School. John now the vault coach at Warsaw. Tucker's got 2 misses at 15-3. That was where the bar was at. Only 3 competitors left in the pole vault. Taryn Davis from Leo. Tucker Reed also from Warsaw. Your leader right now just on clearing is DeMarco Easter, who passed at 15-3. So he will have to clear at 15-6. Looks like, yep, because Tucker Reed has no misses until 15-3. So we have a little bit of drama there at the pole vault here as we end. Those are your top 3 again. Davis, Reed, and DeMarco Easter of Merrillville.
New Haven with the lead here, led by Aaron Jackson. Westfield's. They said it was Reed Wallerstedt, but that doesn't look like Reed. That might be Donovan Ledford.
Yeah, just to explain, we get names, but we know a little bit of track, but actually sometimes they change their lineups up, and by the time they do that, we're not notified up here in our little announcer's perch. So that's why I kind of caught that last one with Carmel.
Yep.
I knew that was both Foley twins, Foley sisters running for them.
So you have Homestead, Braylon Tisdale. With New Albany's Jalen Wells, with Dion Miller here for New Albany. Homestead in the lead with Tisdale. Homestead and Bloomington South's Simon Barnes actually made that Kalika Coup. Good to see him back out there. Have taken a hard spill earlier. And then a big collision right near the start-finish line. As New Albany was in second place, they had a bunch of collisions, dropped the baton, and now they've fallen all the way back into 6th. Fishers' third runner, Declan Moore, really got a lot of that as he's struggling in the last spot on the course.
Yeah, that's a real tough break. Not sure he's gonna try to finish, but he is really pulling up, slowing down a bunch. But he's trying. There you see him. He's hurting. Not happy. Not feeling good.
No, it was a massive collision with a couple of different schools and a couple of different competitors for that handoff. For our third competitor, Jace Trevino to take it for Homestead, but he's going to have to do some work, try to cut down, to catch up with Ryder Daisy for Pike.
Yeah, I saw Ryder. He had an earlier event today. He really ran that one hard. He's got a nice lead here in this one. Again, you're running for time.
Good to see Moore finish. Now he'll get a 10-2 Tristan Breland. And the Heat looking to go the way of Ryder Daisy, who's opened up an overturned lead here over Homestead and Bloomington South through second and third. Get the bell lap right here. And it's taken Ryder Daisy and Pike with a time of 3 minutes, 26.29 seconds here in heat number 1.
Ryder Daisy with a split of 48.91. Great 2 laps for Ryder Daisy.
So Daisy puts Pike at the time to beat. And we do have all of our women's scores updated. So Carmel wins their 4th Hoosier State Relays Championship in a row, 13.5 points clear of second place Bloomington South. North Central finishes in 3rd. Whiteland falls to 4th, and Westfield and Columbia City tied for 5th. Those are your girls' final standings, and we're going to take a look at the collision once again. We talked about it there with New Albany, and you'll see it right here. The handoff from the second to third leg. And New Albany drops the baton, and then that's where all the calamity starts.
Yeah, that's not the actual collision. There we go. There we go, and boom, had no idea. Blindsided, right in the ribs. Hopefully nothing serious there, but there was your collision after the drop baton.
We talked about Declan Moore was really holding his ribs a lot. You could see why he ran in to the New Albany runner, then had the baton smashed against his ribs as well.
And there was our last track event of the girls' meet. That's the 4x400 meter relay teams. On the podium is the Hamilton Southeastern Royals. Didn't have a big meet today, but they finished in a blaze of glory there, winning that 4x400 meter relay.
Carmel in third on the right, North Central in second. With the rest of our, see their finishers and their times right there on the left side of your screen. Hamilton Southeastern today as a team finished in seventh. New Albany has been disqualified from that first heat. So their time thrown out again after the drop baton and then all the collisions and everything that we just replayed for you. Heat number 2, lane 1 of the boys 4x4, Noblesville. Lane 2, Carroll. Lane 3, Lawrence Central. Lane 4, Mount Vernon. Lane 5, Warren Central. And lane 6 is Hanover Central. Fastest qualifier in this group are the Warriors of Warren Central in lane 5. Let's get a look at David Murphy. First up here for Hanover Central. Focused. Staring lasers through the other side of the wall. Then finally blinked. That is one locked-in young man.
He is, yeah. He sure is. I'm talking about game face. Ooh.
If you want some, come get some from David Murphy.
Nice Hanover Central logo, similar to the Carolina logo. Still in need of a basketball coach there in men's basketball, but anyway.
You're not throwing your hat in the ring, right? You're retired?
I'm
I just
retired.
want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah. Worked out there 10 summers at their basketball camp.
Hey.
Coach Smith and Coach Guthridge. That was plenty.
Again, heat 2 for the boys 4x4, 2 of 4.
It's a great look. We haven't had that look very often today of the start of a race where you can see the bank and the curve and the stagger.
Aeneas DeCamp of Warren Central had the lead briefly, but now it's Lawrence Central's Ethan Williams trying to work his way to the front. Noblesville in the lead heading in to the turn with Nathaniel Leach. 2 laps per competitor here in the boys 4x4. And it's Ethan Williams who's opened up a nice lead here for the Bears of LC. Elton Amos waiting. Clean handoff. Step for step. Charlie Cole there for Mount Vernon in to second place.
Wow.
Here for now to first place here for the Marauders as Cole's really cooking.
Off to a great start, his first 200. About 23 at his first 200. Boom.
Warren Central's Christian McLeish. Remember their basketball team. Slotting in third here for the Warriors. But it is Charlie Cole of the Mount Vernon Marauders. Going to take this thing in first place to the halfway point, but he's slowing up mightily as LC's Elton Amos able to clip him and take the lead here at the halfway point. Victor Jackson on the third leg for the Bears. Tyler Tharp in second place for Mount Vernon. With Warren Central and Noblesville step for step there in the fight for third. Jackson with one more lap to go on his leg. How about Noblesville's Austin Donahue?
Yeah, Austin's got him back in it. There was fifth at one time. Now he's pushing first and second, right behind him. Going outside, trying to make a move, but I'm not sure that's a good place.
Mount Vernon's Tharp using that length and that height to nose his way forward.
Boy, handoffs are going to be big here, Rick, because this is a close one. 5 teams in the hunt.
Nate Hauser, not everybody clean.
Nope.
LC got a little bit tangled up with the feet, so they've fallen all the way back to 5th. Mount Vernon's lead is dwindling and disappearing thanks to August Adams of Carroll.
Can he hold him off? Let's see.
Lawrence Central's anchor. Actually made that Warren Central's anchor in Braden Russell coming from third to first for the Warriors. Where did Russell come from?
Fourth. He came from fourth, and now he's in the lead.
Hauser in second. Can he track down Braden Russell in the last turn?
He's getting a second win.
He's making his move and moving to the front. Nate Hauser for Mount Vernon trying to win the second heat of the boys 4x4. He does. At around 3 minutes and 25 seconds, 3:24.66. Impressive race there in heat number 2 with one of 4 different teams and a chance to win that one.
49.94. Hauser split in that 400 to finish. Fastest in this race of all the splits. And it pays off for the Marauders.
So Mount Vernon in first, Warren Central in second. As we have 2 more heats left of our boys 4x4 relay. Does this and the boys pole vault, the last 2 events still going on here for the boys large.
John Yantis.
Large school state meet. We'll step aside real quick, come back with heat number 3 of the boys 4x4 next here on ISC. Section 3 of the boys 4x4 relay. Lane 1 Westfield, Lane 2 North Central, Lane 3 Penn, Lane 4 Perry Meridian, Lane 5 Fort Wayne Snyder, and Lane 6 New Haven. This Fort Wayne Snyder bunch competed at the Adidas Indoor Nationals last week in Virginia Beach. New time to beat, Mount Vernon's 3 minutes 24.66 seconds. Thanks to Nate Hauser's incredible closing kick.
Yeah, great final kick. 49.94 for Hauser on that kick, on that last leg.
Team scores on the boys' side. Bloomington North in first place by 10 points over Avon and Franklin Central. And Carmel, 3-way tie for second, all 10 points back of Bloomington North. So here we are, heat number 3 of the boys 4x4. New Haven, Fort Wayne Snyder, Perry Meridian, Penn, North Central, Westfield as they run left to right here on your screen. As New Haven's make that Fort Wayne Snyder's Sean Conley out front. Perry Meridian's Nicholas Laux slotting in second place. Haven't seen Perry Meridian a lot today.
No, North Snyder. And Snyder used to have such a great track program. Who's the greatest track star ever out of Fort Wayne Snyder?
Rod Woodson.
Better known for football. Rod Woodson was a great runner. Nice job. 2 points for you.
Thank you.
2 points for you.
North Central in third, Tim Cunningham. Handoff clean from our top 3 schools. Mason Schmitz.
And for those who don't know who Rod Woodson is, outstanding football player in the NFL.
Yes.
NFL Hall of Famer, defensive back, All-American at Purdue in track and football. Love multi-sport athletes like that. I can't encourage kids enough. Do as many things as you can in high school, because when you become an adult, you can't do hardly anything very good anymore. So
I just had a friend that tried to relive the glory days and tore both meniscus and an ACL.
Oh, goodness.
Well, if he would have talked to me, I would have told him we're too old to do those kinds of things anymore, but he didn't call me. First place is where we find New Haven's Keith White. Went from about third or fourth and has now put some distance as we hit the halfway point here of Heat 3 of the boys 4x4. Taking the baton, Jaleel Turner for New Haven, who have the lead. Fort Wayne Snyder's Omari Doss. With some pressure coming from third place, Jack Singh of North Central.
Boy, Jalen Turner was blessed with a big lead here. Let's see if he can hold on to it. And again, you're running for time. This is the third of the fourth heat, so this is a faster group. Looking pretty comfortable, though. Got a nice long stride.
North Central and Penn were 3-4. Now Penn's in third, with Michael Holmes wanting sole possession of seconds. He passes Fort Wayne Snyder's Omari Doss. Turner of New Haven has Calvin Dobson waiting here at the start-finish line. And you can see those track spikes glittering in the lights overhead as he takes off.
49.76 split for Jaleel Turner. After a 49-4 by Keith White, that's what's paved this lead for the Bulldogs. Can they hold it off against the Kingsmen? Penn in second.
With Braden White trying to track down Dobson, and he's doing so. Here's they get ready to hear the bell.
200 meters left.
Excellent run from Braden White, shouldering his way to the front here in Heat 3. Calvin Dobson losing steam for New Haven. Penn's Braden White stretching that lead out into the final turn. Time to beat's 3 minutes, 24.66 seconds.
Oh, he's losing it.
But here comes Dobson back for New Haven at the line.
Oh, he held on, I think. White from Penn.
Penn by a whisker. And they take over the overall lead. New Haven in second. Mount Vernon drops to third. 3 minutes, 24.13 seconds. White knuckled it to the end, but now Penn trying to survive this final heat, the fastest one of the day.
Gosh, great race there. Braden White closed with a 49.04 split. Still the only one on that team that was sub 50, but so Penn runs a 324.13. So they'll have the lead. New Haven will be second right now. Mount Vernon third from that other race.
That's from the winner from heat number 2. Nate Hauser's kick starting to loom larger and larger.
Sure is.
We'll be right back with more after this here on the ISC Sports Network.
At Indiana State University, we're all in for you. So you can be all striving, all thriving, all achieving, all the time. Bring your hustle, your drive, and your ambitions. Match it all with opportunities that make your resume sing. Work on real-world projects as part of your degree. Find your people in a welcoming community. So, are you in?
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
So a little bit of an update here. After this final heat, they will bring Avon's 4x4 team back out for a chance at a rerun. They were interfered with during one of their earlier heats. They were actually part of that very first heat. Remember, we had all the collisions and the dropping of the baton.
Right.
Now, the interesting note that we were just told, Avon, you're allowed to enter 8 athletes on your relay teams. You can pick any of the 8. It doesn't have to be the same 4 that just ran.
So we're not going to call the names probably.
No.
We may be saying the
It'll
wrong
be
person, which
Avon.
we may have done a couple times today
Yes.
in air because the coaches didn't stay with the lineups they gave us at the start of the meet.
Final heat of the boys 4x4. Ron Colley, Brownsburg, Bloomington North, Maryville, Franklin Central, Chesterton, lanes 1 to 6. Again, your time to beat Penn's 3 minutes, 24.13 seconds.
Haven't seen Ron Colley's team out here today much, if at all, until this relay.
They're in lane 1, Owen Lewis. Bloomington North, James Bosco charging to the front out of lane 3. Brownsburg, Maryville, and Franklin Central line up behind Bloomington North. Maryville's Keon Strong trying to find a nose to the lead. James Bosco holding him off. Franklin Central's, they had listed Rylan Hangey to run this lead leg, but we have not seen Hangey out there just yet for Franklin Central. Kellen Bishop to the front. Second leg here for Bloomington North.
But pretty
Franklin
solid,
Central.
though. Yeah, you've got Chesterton in 5th right now. They've got a good team. Vaughn, Wisniewski, Phillips, and Raffin. Everybody returned from last year's team except Aaron Resto.
Brownsburg just stepped out, trying to get to the start-finish line with True Holbrook. Took that left step out, stepped back in. So keep our eyes on that. Maryville's Christopher Holt to the lead here against Franklin Central. That's Dylan Keck that he's passing. Holt with a slight lead as we halfway home here in the final heat of the boys 4x4.
We got a good one.
Maryville, Franklin Central, Brownsburg, Chesterton, and Bloomington North and Ron Colley. The 6 competitors on the track all trying to best Penn's time of 3:24.13.
I think 5 of them are going to. That's going to be a nice pack here. When you got 200 left, you've got 5 within 5 meters of each other. It's going to be a good finish. Hopefully it's a clean one.
Orion Brown, and now all the top 5 competitors all get packed up in the blink of an eye, with Kervenson Kluger holding on to a slim lead that's now starting to grow here for Franklin Central. Orion Brown in second for Maryville. Bloomington North's Alan Hayes trying to make his case in 3rd place. Anchor leg, Jet Snell. Ran the anchor leg earlier for a state champion Franklin Central relay team, trying to duplicate it here in our final running event of the large school meet of the Hoosier State Relays presented by the Athletic Annex.
Michael Smoot, though, from Maryville is going to take the lead here by the time they get to the start-finish line.
Caleb Winders, also, where have we called his name before? Winders knows how to close, has done it in the distance events today, trying to bring it home in the 4x4. Smoot v. Winders. Winders to the front, down the back straightaway for Bloomington North. And Winders has left everybody behind him Snell into second place for Franklin Central, but it's Bloomington North superstar Caleb Winders winning it for Bloomington North in a time of 3 minutes 20.65 seconds, and that's a new Hoosier State relay record, breaking an over-decade mark set by Center Grove in 2011.
48.28 his last quarter. Bloomington North's last quarter, run by Caleb Winders. Wow, what a great, great finish. That young man, we're seeing something special today. If you missed earlier in the meet, he has just had one special afternoon. As you see him gasping on the oval, on the track out here. Wow, that's a great indoor time, let me tell you. 3:20.65, great indoor time.
Center Grove set that record of 3:20.91 back in 2011.
Franklin Central second. Brian Nallenweg's Trojans of Chesterton got third. Brownsburg 4, Merrillville 5, Roncalli 6. What was Penn's time?
Penn's time was 3 minutes 24.13 seconds.
So Penn will slide into fifth when they compile the scores there.
Yep.
New Haven finished sixth. And we do have one more race again. Avon's got the opportunity to run a re-race because of the collision we had earlier in this event when the relays were
just getting underway in that first heat.
Yeah, first heat. I can't remember if it's first or second heat now. We have an injured athlete on the track right now. It's a Merrillville Pirate. I'm not sure which one, so I don't want to call out and guess a name, but Brownsburg's pretty happy.
It's always dangerous to put high school kids on the video board. You never know what's going to happen.
Fourth place, yep.
That's something to dance about, I think, if you're Brownsburg.
How's our team scores in the boys now?
So we are still waiting for them to put in the final results here from the boys 4x4, but still waiting and still finishing things up over there on the pole vaults. You still have Bloomington North leading a three-way tie for second of Avon, Franklin Central, and Carmel by 10 points. And that could be another reason why if you're Avon here, you want to go back out and rerun here trying to break away this three-way tie that you're in there with Franklin Central and Carmel. Noblesville in fifth with 26 points. So the Merrillville athlete being helped off the track here after running just a wonderful race there for Merrillville.
Big time, yeah, big time.
So again, Avon has elected to rerun the men's or the boys 4x4 here.
Yep.
So this is DeMarco Easter. He passed on 15-3, cleared 15-6. And he goes up and over and clears 16 feet and a backflip to boot there for DeMarco Easter.
I think he just cleared 16 feet, 4 3/4 inches. He had his only miss until this height at 16 feet. Cleared the bar on his second attempt at 16 feet, and I am pretty sure that gives him 16 feet, 4 3/4. Yep, there it is on my official score sheet.
I just didn't scroll over far enough. I was cut off at 16 even.
What's our meet record?
17 feet flat.
That's pretty good.
Cody Johnson of Hobart back in 2023.
Oh, yeah. Remember him very well. Hobart just has so many good vaulters.
DeMarco, the returning pole vault champ, by the way. Interesting note, he and his teammates haven't been able to practice the pole vault since Tuesday because of a Zamboni oil spill in the field house in Merrillville. Their pits are inside, and so the guy that just cleared almost 16 and a half feet hasn't practiced since Tuesday. I always hate it when my Zamboni spills oil, too.
That's a little TMI there, sorry. Okay, here we go with Avon. Back to the track here. And again, I'm going to be careful of not calling out names just because, as you mentioned earlier, 8 runners can run opportunity-wise in this 4x400 meter relay for Avon because it's a rerun.
So Avon's first time, 3 minutes, 36.38 seconds.
But it was impaired, which
Correct.
is why they get the opportunity. There was a crash.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it. There was a
on the handoff, yeah, on the first exchange in that relay. The second exchange, maybe, I can't remember which one. We've seen so many relays today. All been good.
I think it was the second. I think it was right at the midway point, and it wasn't their fault. It was they just kind of wrong place, wrong time, and were the worse for wear for it.
You rarely see a relay do very well, and it's not because of not trying. It's just the quick turnover you have before you have to run again. So that's why they do have the option of someone said, I'm dead, I can't run another one. They can substitute in with someone who is on their list to be an alternate. So not sure who these guys are running just because we're up here and we couldn't get information to get it. Don't know if they're new guys or not. But they're going to give it a shot, give it their best, and it's an opportunity to run on a beautiful track here. Something that every kid that gets this opportunity should be very blessed and proud to say that I ran at the Pavilion.
Have you ever had to work with one of these, and how do you try to, with the time from when the initial event happens to the rerun, what do you try to do with your athletes?
I've never had to run one. I was head track coach 9 years. I never had to rerun any of my relay teams. I got to be honest with you. I think I had the opportunity once somewhere, and the meet was already decided, and no one wanted to run it again. Coach, I want to run it again. I just got done. The 400.
It's a
the
sprint,
800,
yeah.
The 800 used to be a distance race.
Yeah.
Now it's a sprint. As we see Caleb Winders just sprint 800 meters. 400's a killer because you sprint the whole 400 meters. And now with the 800. 1600 you don't. You got to pace yourself a little bit. Except Cole Hocker.
Yeah, except Cole Hocker, who just does Cole Hocker things.
He just does what Cole Hocker does, yeah.
So going to rerun here for Avon after they were caught in that collision in heat number 1 of the boys 4x4.
We're going to go back to the pole vault after this, but DeMarco Easter, the bar has been moved to 17 feet 1/4 inch.
Which would be a new state meet record. He's already got the state championship locked up by clearing both 16 feet and 16 and 4 3/4 inches. They're trying to surpass that 17-foot mark, which is the state meet record here in the pole vault.
The other part about running a re-race here as we're watching this 4x400 meter relay get re-raced is that you have no competitors out there, so you're not feeling anyone push you.
Yeah.
Where that adrenaline rush, I believe, when you're in races causes you to either lock up
or
but
go.
most of the time it causes you to run faster than you ever would have because you're competing. When you're doing it by yourself, it's a little bit tougher. You've got to have really tough mental discipline to run better than you normally would when you're running by yourself. Just think of practices, guys. That's just how it works.
I would think that would probably be the hardest thing if you're a coach trying to do this in the in-between time when you've decided to go, when you figure out who your 4 are going to run, then reminding them, hey, you still have to push yourself even though you're going to be the only one here on the track.
I admire Avon rerunning again, giving it a shot. It's like a 3:36 time, about the same as the time before, probably with some substitute guys running. Considered a good workout, if anything else, for the Orioles.
So that wraps up the running portion of the large school meet. We will step aside for 33 seconds, and we'll come back with DeMarco Easter trying to break the state meet record of 17 feet on the pole vault. That's next.
So you or your athlete are a budding pole vaulter, then you know that you need the right poles to take your ability even higher. That's why Inverted Rentals has partnered with Pole Vault Elite, giving you access to all the poles they use to train state and even national championship winning athletes. When you check out their website, their app-based program will give you access to every Team Pacer pole they have, all geared to help you achieve your goals. And you can choose how long you want to keep it, or swap it out free with a new one as you progress. So scan the QR code today and go higher with Inverted Rentals.
There's the man that everybody has their eyes on right now. Senior DeMarco Easter. He'll be a two-time Hoosier State Relays champion of the pole vault, but going for the meet record here at 17 feet and 1/4 inch. This is his first attempt. The previous record is 17 feet even.
I think he loves to have the vibes of the crowd behind him. Some people want it quiet. He wants to feed off that energy of people cheering for him, hoping he clears and breaks the Athletic Annex Hoosier State Relay record. Nope, got on the way up.
Yeah, first one. But you can see the confidence right there nodding up and down. He is really confident about where the misstep was and seems ready just to put the bar back up there and go. So we'll jump over to our highlights from the girls' high jump from earlier today. And this is something you have to wait on until after your sprinting events are through. We had a three-way tie for 8th place. That's Emma Haston of Columbus North. She finished in 7th today. That's Carroll's Isabella Sloan. 5 feet 2 inches. Westfield's Gracie Schubik, 5 feet 5 inches, finishing in 5th. This is Lawrence North's Lanaya Bright, finishing in 4th today for the Wildcats. Franklin Community's Madison Judge. And they bump to 5 feet 8 for Carson Buck of Northview. And that bar just hangs up there a little bit. And Kira Smith, your champion today, junior from Warren Central, with a height of 5 feet and 8 inches. Smith, Buck, your top two. Judge, Bright, Schubik, Denigal, and Haston.
Smith has a best of 6 feet as a PR and has had a lot of World Athletic Association jumping. Also a softball slugger. So I love these multi-sport kids that can play in the same season.
Yeah.
She's coached in track by her dad, Steve. Track aficionados know Steve was a Pan American Games silver medalist in the high jump in his day. So no surprise there with Smith winning today. I'm not sure she would have liked to have gone higher than 5'8" with 6 feet as a goal, probably as a personal best, but a win is a win.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, take the win.
I also think we need to tip our cap to not only Smith at Warren Central for doing both track and field and softball, but also the coaches at Warren Central for being able to work around practices and being able to allow her to have this experience and being able to do something that she obviously wants to do and thinks she can do, and she can balance both sports and school and everything else. But tip of the cap to the coaches over there at Warren Central for allowing her to do both as well, instead of someone putting their foot down saying, no, you have to choose one or the other.
And again, being a track coach like I was at South Bend Adams, Warsaw, and Manchester, other schools I was at, I didn't always see the fall sports and the spring sports coaches share athletes, or the winter and spring. And I just think you're doing a disservice when you tell someone you should just concentrate on one when you can do both very, very well. And I was lucky in some places I got to do that.
Let's take a quick look at our boys' shot put highlights today as we await the second vault from DeMarco Easter.
That's a Bloomington North guy, I can tell you that.
There's Bloomington South's Noah Field. He finished in second today with a 53 and 1/4 inch shot put. Ty Montgomery from Mooresville coming home in 6th. Look at Fisher's Mason Cantwell right there. Here's Northridge's Max Lamb in 5th. Colson Yoder from Northwood in 4th. And Richmond's Jacob Lindahl finished in 2nd, 59 feet, 1.5 inch. And Avon's Caleb Rashid as DeMarco Easter goes for the vault, and he knocks the pole off. You get a look at Caleb Rashid's winning shot put at 59, 2.25 inches for the senior from Avon. And so DeMarco Easter just got a little bit up, knocking the pole off with his feet. You can see him talking over there with one of his teammates. He is really dialed in about kind of what's gone wrong on his first 2 attempts. Here's a look at that second try.
He's about 16.4 right now. He is. Just got to get a little bit more boost here on his leap.
We'll take a break and come back with the third and final attempt for DeMarco Easter, trying to break the meet record of the boys pole vault. He's got the bar at 17 feet and a quarter inch.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
Globe Asphalt Paving Company, paving progress in the community. We've been paving the way for progress and growth in our Indiana community since 1931. We're honored to
On your marks, set, go to the Indiana Track and Field and Cross Country Hall of Fame Museum.
enjoy the history and the championship record-breaking performances of Indiana's greatest track and field and cross-country athletes and schools. You'll find the stars, experience gold medal moments, see how the equipment and sports have evolved and changed. Learn the interesting historical stories about these amazing Indiana championship events and athletes. From the smallest school and team to win a state championship, to Indiana's history of Olympic athletes. Visit Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Admission and parking are free. For more information, visit IndianaTrackCCHOF.com. The Indiana Track and Field and Cross Country Hall of Fame Museum, Terre Haute, Indiana. You'll enjoy a gold medal experience.
One final attempt for that young man, senior out of Maryville, DeMarco Easter, trying to break the Hoosier State Relay meet record of 17 feet here on the boys pole vault. He's already cleared 16 feet 4 3/4 of an inch. Currently set at 17 feet and 1/4 inch. This is his third and final attempt. Has not been phased at all by clipping the bar with his feet. That's on his first 2 attempts. But this is his third and final try trying to get it here in his senior year.
He opened at 15 feet today, cleared that his first time. He passed till 15.6, which he made on his first time. So he was 2 for 2. He moved the bar up to 16 feet. Isaac Roman of Crown Point still was in the competition at that time. DeMarco missed his first attempt at 16, but cleared it in his second. And he did the same at 16.4 3/4. Missed his first and beautifully cleared the second. Defending state champion in the outdoor season of the IHSA tournament.
Won this event last year at 15 feet 6 inches. Here's his third and final attempt trying to break the meet record. Tough one there for DeMarco. You can see kind of knew what happened on all 3 of them, but still incredibly excited with his second straight Hoosier State Relays state championship here in the pole vault. Clears 16 feet 4 3/4 inches, and also really good job there going around and shaking the hand of all of the different officials that I'm sure we've got to know him very well today over because pole vault's one of your longer events, so nice job there from DeMarco.
How about that? Love seeing that. I'm sure Amy Beckham, his athletic director, loves to see it too.
Let's get a look at some of the other highlights here from earlier today. Again, DeMarco Easter, your back-to-back pole vault champ. Here's Isaac Roman of Crown Point, as we mentioned. Last height he cleared was 15 feet 6 inches. As we're looking at these highlights, this is Lawrence North's. That was Randall Glenn of LN. And then you're going to see DeMarco Easter here in the last one. It's really quick for those at home. Pete, when you talked about passing over and the height, as we mentioned, Easter going from 15 feet, passing on 15 feet 3 inches. What goes into that? How many times you're allowed to do it? Kind of the process of that.
You know, I got to tell you, we felt like our jumpers when I coached track, they had about 5 great jumps in them. So you don't want them to burn out jumps early. When I say that, perfect. It's a science. It is a science. It takes a lot of strength to bend that pole and to run down that runway and to plant and to get up in the air. So we felt like we had 5 good jumps typically out of our vaulters. So we had to figure out where they could comfortably start and clear that opening height and just see how they're doing today. Because every day is a different day. You've got to get your steps down. Your steps have to be calculated extremely well. You've got to have a good box and plant, and that's what it takes. So long answer to your question, no?
There are your 4-time state champions, the Carmel Greyhounds on the girls' side of the Hoosier State Relays.
Aaron McGrill, their head coach, has just done a wonderful job getting girls out, allowing girls to have fun running for the Greyhounds, and he finds them colleges. Between their efforts and what they want to do, he finds colleges for them.
And so the Greyhounds win their 4th straight state championship here at the Hoosier State Relays. And their 8th overall here for the Hoosier State Relays. And on the boys' side, it'll be Bloomington North winning their 3rd state title in a row as they're doing the pole vault finalists right now. But your final team score, Bloomington North, the champions for the 3rd year in a row on the boys' side. Franklin Central finishes in 2nd. Brownsburg 3rd. Avon Carmel tied for 4th. But DeMarco Easter gave everybody their money's worth here at the end of the large school meet, trying to go for that meet record. Came up just a little bit short, but an incredible performance from the senior from Maryville.
Nice. He's got Jovan Anderson also to work with. His teammate got 8th today. It's hard when you are the only pole vaulter that can really get up there. When you've got all these guys that are just learning how to pole vault or just not very good, when I say not very good, 10 feet, 11 feet, 12 feet, you got a buddy you can work out with that can clear 14 feet like Jovan Anderson did today, 14.3. That's great to have a practice buddy that can get up as high as you and understands the altitude, how the air gets kind of thin up there. Would be for me. But, and you know, you may be wondering why people are just hanging around. Don't forget, we have the small school Hoosier State Relays coming up here later this afternoon. So a lot of people are staying. The workers are going to stay. Gosh, they've done a great job today. And some of the best athletes in the state will be in that. We've already mentioned our guy from Westview, Bontrager.
Yep.
I mean, but and Calvin Seitz, I guess, is not going to run. The Springs Valley kid ran an 8:44.99 the 2 mile earlier. But you've got some really great small school athletes that will be running in this competing in this meet also. They're not allowed to go up a class. I mean, win it with your small schools, and then when you go outside, everyone gets the chance in the IHSA state finals. So also we got a great girls pole vaulter, Guerin Catholic's Amelia Smith. No relation, for those that know. I had some Guerin Catholic days in my coaching days. But she was 13.8.5 in Boston when she competed out there earlier this year in Boston at the New Balance National Meet.
We mentioned before this meet, a lot of the Indiana folks have made their name out there at the national championships in Boston. And the small school meet, Kurt Darling, Brian Braz will take you through that. I'll be here for a little bit until Kurt gets his way over here from the
we're joined by Brian Brazzi.
Brian Brazzi is in the building, ladies and gentlemen.
He's ready to go already, and we're still finishing the large school meet.
Well, what was the old line from, I get afraid the football coach, if you're on time, you're late. If you're 15 minutes early, you're on time.
Lou Holtz.
Lou Holtz, yep.
Okay, you see some honors going out there. See Larry Winters out there. Some of the greats of Indiana high school track and field coaches and athletes being recognized out there at this time. That's Ryan Potter on the left, Bob Potter's son, who's basically become the meet organizer. And though I hate to say it, if I had information, I'd tell you who everybody is. Well, that's Larry Winters, I know. But if I had everyone's names on that, I would certainly read them. Do you have them by chance?
I am using the internet to my best of ability right now. We're going to see if I can.
Because they've aged a little bit from when they used to compete.
That was Pete Smith saying that. Remember Pete Smith?
They still could beat me, I'm sure, but they've aged a little bit.
So we're trying to.
Please.
Let's throw it to our PA announcer to take you through this award ceremony.
This is Charlie Worthen.
Yes, it is.
And my friends, you two are youngsters compared to my good friend from LaPorte, Elkhart, and Elkhart Memorial, a track coach for 65 years. Coached one of the best athletes in Indiana history from LaPorte, Jerry Safel. He's on most people's Mount Rushmore of coaching. 17 sectionals, 17 conference titles, 8 regionals, the 69 champion. This is Mr. Jim Eager. Congratulations. Wow. Next, we'd like to present something we do here at the Hoosier State Relays. Is the Bill Farney, one of our veteran coaches who's no longer with us, but he's watching right now. I promise you that. The Bill Farney HSR Official of the Year recognition. Mr. John Yanis and Bill Perdue doing the presentations to veteran officials. So if you'll step out, come on, Mr. Perdue, bring him out here. Quit talking. You can do that later. Well, the officials, they're having a little chat up. So let's go back. I'm going out of my mind, and that's okay. It's a short drive. Your team awards. Your IHS or Hoosier State Relays runner-up with 46 points. That's the Flashes of Franklin Central. Congratulations, gentlemen. Pride of Wanamaker. They do a great job.
So you see Franklin Central, the runners-up here in the 2026 Hoosier State Relays. You see the scores there on the left of your screen. Bloomington North wins their 3rd straight Hoosier State Relays Championship. When you have a guy like Caleb Winters who can run multiple events, multiple disciplines, you're going to find yourself at the top of a lot of different scoreboards and team totals at the end of every meet.
Sure can, and sure will. Outstanding meet.
Franklin Central finishing in 2nd. Last year's runners-up were Avon. 2 years ago were Fishers. We do want to send our best to Franklin Central's Rylan Hanges. Got roughed up a little bit today, again pulled up early in a meet back in one of the 60-meter dash. He's a little bit banged up today. We hope the best going forward as he looks his eyes towards the outdoor season coming up here shortly. And for the 3rd straight year, Bloomington North will take home the big trophy here from the Hoosier State Relays. Again, defeating Franklin Central by 14 points. 60 on the total today here for Bloomington North as they pick up their 3rd straight Hoosier State Relays Championship on the boys' side. So a lot of happy Cougars in that photo. And as we mentioned, make sure to stay tuned for our coverage of the small school meet coming up later this afternoon on a separate stream here on both the ISC Sports Network YouTube page and ISCSportsNetwork.com. So when we wrap up things here, we will bid you adieu, and then we will come back with the start of the small school meet, again on a separate feed on both ISCSportsNetwork.com and on our YouTube channel. But there's the big trophy for Bloomington North, their third straight HSR state championship here on the boys' side in the large school division.
Jay Arthur making the presentation to the Cougars.
So thanks to our great crew today, headed up by our director, Jordan Shue. Replay operator today, Dennis Glover. Camera operators, David Cohn, Daryl Tibbs, Matt Wisner, Eldon Wheeler, and Eric Connect. For our great analyst, the coach, Pete Smith, I'm Rick Johnston. A lot of top-end performances today. Start off with a bang thanks to Evan Williams, and it kept going throughout the day here from the Indiana Farm Bureau Fall Creek Pavilion. Congrats to Carmel, fourth straight girls team championship. And congratulations to Bloomington North, their third straight on the boys' side. Separate stream for our small school coverage coming up next.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
At D1 Training, we train everyone like an athlete. Looking for mobility, strength, stamina, and performance training? Look no further. At D1, we work with children starting at age 7 all the way up to adults. No matter what your goal is, we will get you there. Training like a D1 athlete gets you results. Stop working out and start training at D1 Training in Carmel.
On the track, on the trails, on the roads. In the rain, in the wind, in the heat and cold. One more mile, one more hill, one more rep. This is where champions are made. Athletic Annex, the ultimate Nike destination.
At Indiana State University, we're all in for you, so you can be all striving, all thriving, all achieving, all the time. Bring your hustle, your drive, and your ambitions. Match it all with opportunities that make your resume sing. work on real-world projects as part of your degree. Find your people in a welcoming community. So, are you in?
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
Visit us today and find out why more drivers choose us for their next Cadillac.
So you or your athlete are a budding pole vaulter, then you know that you need the right poles to take your ability even higher. That's why Inverted Rentals has partnered with Pole Vault Elite, giving you access to all the poles they use to train state and even national championship winning athletes. When you check out their website, their app-based program will give you access to every Team Pacer pole they have, all geared to help you achieve your goals. And you can choose how long you want to keep it, or swap it out free with a new one as you progress. So scan the QR code today and go higher with Inverted Rentals.
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
On your marks, set, go to the Indiana Track and Field and Cross Country Hall of Fame Museum. Enjoy the history and the championship record-breaking performances of Indiana's greatest track and field and cross-country athletes and schools. You'll find the stars, experience gold medal moments, see how the equipment and sports have evolved and changed. Learn the interesting historical stories about these amazing Indiana championship events and athletes. From the smallest school and team to win a state championship, to Indiana's history of Olympic athletes. Visit Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Admission and parking are free. For more information, visit IndianaTrackCCHOF.com. The Indiana Track and Field and Cross Country Hall of Fame Museum, Terre Haute, Indiana. You'll enjoy a gold medal experience.
The legend, Harry L. Gill, athlete, record holder, champion. Began coaching in 1902, winning 18 national titles. Dissatisfied with the equipment available for his athletes, a world-renowned track and field coach becomes a pioneer. Setting up a small workshop in 1918, he launched the Harry Gill Company. By 1922, his endeavor thrived, offering the only full line of track and field equipment. And by 1954, the name Gill is ubiquitous in track and field, producing 90% of all U.S. track and field equipment. Innovators in the sport of track and field, Gill Athletics continue to lead the industry.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
Visit us today and find out why more drivers choose us for their next Cadillac.
I started back in 1982, but before I was a trial lawyer, I had some unique experience. I was a bailiff in Marion County Superior Court 7, Civil Division. The judge allowed me to be the bailiff in charge of the jurors. I learned what the jurors sometimes saw that lawyers don't see during the course of a trial. Over the years, I've been able to use that experience to my advantage. Contact Lee Carlson Figley today.
On the track, on the trails, on the roads. In the rain, in the wind, in the heat and cold. One more mile, one more hill, one more rep. This is where champions are made. Athletic Annex, the ultimate Nike destination.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
Morales Group is a people-powered platform.
Our Morales Group staffing team delivers light industrial talent for temporary and permanent roles to keep operations running smoothly. Through Axion Performance, we support fulfillment, distribution, and warehousing needs. And Morales Professional connects companies with top-tier professional talent across a range of industries. Morales Group, people-powered, results-driven. Contact us today to learn more.
At D1 Training, we train everyone like an athlete. Looking for mobility, strength, stamina, and performance training? Look no further. At D1, we work with children starting at age 7 all the way up to adults. No matter what your goal is, we will get you there. Training like a D1 athlete gets you results. So stop working out and start training at D1 Training in Carmel.
Visit us today and find out why more drivers choose us for their next Cadillac.